All right, what's going on, guys? Another day in paradise. Hit one if you guys can hear me. I really appreciate that. I want to make sure my audio is working. Everything is secured, ready to go. So, Nick Cannon and colorism. Of course, Mariah Carey is going to be kind of a central theme to this discussion. Now, someone put a comment here saying Nick Cannon, the fact that this guy has 12 kids alone is crazy enough. He says he blames Nickelodeon because yeah, Nick Cannon has multiple kids by multiple women. We see how that's very common with a lot of the entertainers, white and black as well. Because like Mick Jagger, the Rolling Stones guy, he has multiple baby mamas, right? But yeah, you got Nick Cannon, and then you have like Flavor Flav, I believe, has a lot of baby mamas, and then you also have the rapper Future, right? The thing is with these type of guys, they're in entertainment, they have a lot of money, so what are you gonna say? What are you gonna do, right? It would be another thing if they were just average or just broke guys who had a bunch of kids by a bunch of different women and they weren't supporting their families. They weren't supporting their children that they've had out of wedlock with these other women. That would be one thing to kind of critique, right? But Nick Cannon, for all intents and purposes, is a very wealthy guy. I mean, I don't know his whole. I'm not following him on social media. I'm not a fan of the guy. Like you put Nickelodeon. I remember him when I was a kid, and he was on Nickelodeon, right? So I haven't caught up with this whole story of Nick Cannon and his relationships and if he's a good father or not. That's not going to be the central theme of the discussion. Obviously, with this channel, all things are centered around mulatto-ness, right? And so we got Mariah Carey on the screen here. I played her jam or one of her collaborations. That's kind of my favorite one for sure. Her collaboration with Bone Thugs and Harmony breakdown. So yeah, I always usually start off by saying, "Oh, I'm not going to be here too long. I'm going to be here quick." But I'm not going to say that tonight because you never know. Usually, sometimes I plan on being here for an hour, but I go a lot longer than that. But I do have a clip I want to share. A couple clips. They're not long, but I do want to give my commentary on it. And it involves Nick Cannon. And then, as you saw with the thumbnail, you got the Prince of Popeye's Chicken, right? Dr. Umar Johnson, right? The afrocentric one dropper who wants to weaponize the one drop rule to use mulattoes, right? It's funny, like in his whole position, because he's a black militant, he'll whine and cry and say, like, oh, if we don't use these biracials, the white man's going to use them just like they did in ancient Kemet, right? That's his whole position of how he looks at you people. He looks at you people, you mulattoes looking for a tribe, looking for a home. He looks at you as a dispendable population, a utilitarian class to be used. Remember, I referenced that on my other channel. I reviewed a clip where he was talking about, the basically numerical dilemma. He's like, a lot of these mixed people are checking multiracial. They're not checking black. So the white man ain't going to look to us and for our problems. That's when you deal with these pro whacks, they just want their white masses approval. They want white people's validation and approval. Once you figure that out, you've basically are on your way to victory. Now, what do you want? The issue is I find that most of these mulattoes, most MOST in the United States of America, most want black approval. They want the approval of African Americans. They want to find a nice, warm black butt to kiss. And it's very unfortunate. And also, I'll add on that, those are going to be my main detractors. You're going to find out when you examine my social media, you look at my posts, look at the people who are trying to clout chase off me. Going to be other mulattoes, okay? Smaller platforms, smaller audience engagement, etc., smaller reach. They're trying to clout chase off me. What they all have in common is they're trying to fight for their place in blackness. And they see a guy like me who's given these mulattoes another option for independence. And it scares them. They're like, oh, wait a second. You can't do that. You can't inspire and encourage these mulattoes to be self-sustaining and independent. You can't do that. No. You got to position them to go back into the community to serve, right? We're not doing that over here. Let me get right into this stuff. Appreciate you guys being here with me this evening. So let's get into this. Someone shared a clip, this clip with me. It says, from Vlad TV interview 6 years ago, Nick Cannon on the self-hate and colorism in the Black community. So we'll start with this one, and then we'll go into some other commentary. One of the particular clips that's in reference with Dr. Umar, and that's revolves around Mariah Carey, Nick Cannon's kind of choice in mates. Because I believe, like I said, he has multiple baby mamas. I believe most of them are like non-Black or mixed, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. If you guys tell me or fill me in, I didn't really do thorough research with this. A lot of you guys share this stuff with me, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll talk about it. Sounds interesting. But yeah, this is kind of thing is that he has a particular taste in women that's like non-Black, you know. Or someone put here, one of the comments, claiming Mulatto puts Nick Cannon named his only Black child Onyx, right? So I think he has a bunch of kids, but only one of them was like from a Black partner. I think all of his other kids are like mixed, but he's gonna try to claim them as being Black. You the CDO father, and you look at Nick Cannon's daughter with Mariah Carey. That's not a Black child, okay, guys. But these afrocentric one droppers, they will try to hoodwink you and trick you. And especially that girl, Mariah Carey's daughter, when she'll be going to private schools and stuff, so she'll be protected from the savages, she'll be in a gated community, etc. But she went to these public schools and stuff like that and dealt with a lot of them, then she'd realize right away that like Kendrick said, what did little Kenny say? They not like us, you ain't like us, you ain't from the hood, you ain't dark skinned, right? So a gentleman sent me an email, said the fact he called him colorist Cannon. He sent me this this video right here, Vlad TV, especially after one dark-skinned Black woman rapper said she was disrespected by him and other colorists on his show, Wild and Out. Yeah, he had a TV show, Wild and Out, right? I think it was kind of popular. That's where he got a lot of notoriety and fame from. It's funny, I'm looking at his kind of headband right now. I think it says Howard, Howard, right? Howard, that's like the university. It's a white man's name. Their Massa, right? Howard University in Washington, D.C. It's a private HBCU. Howard's like a Union soldier. It's a white guy. But of course, that's their Massa, just like Spelman University, named after one of their white masses. And so the gentleman who sent me this email says on that show, Wild and Out, including mixed women, he puts Nick is a colorist himself. Mariah has a court order keeping him away from her kids. Interesting. So the guy shared this with me. And of course, I think it was DC. Shout out to DC. She shared me a clip, or she put a comment in one of my videos and shared a reference with Nick Cannon and the Umar interview. So I'm going to share that one after this one. And yeah, so shout out to you guys. Appreciate that. Let me get right into this. Fair use.
In Texas,
right?
He teaches music business classes and so forth. He had his students do a research project.
One of my artist management class, I challenged.
So this is Beyonce's father. So he's an educator, I guess, right? And of course, he married a mulatto, which is typical in their community, like Tariq Fradsheed. Didn't Tariq Fradsheed married a mulatto, right? He's a pro-WAC leader. And you have Matthew Knowles, Beyonce's father, okay? And he married a mulatto, and then you have Beyonce. So it's typical with them in their little community, right? What I'm trying to do over here is saying, why don't you mulattoes deal with each other and marry each other? Why is it so difficult and why is it so hard? Like a lot of you guys who choose to marry Black, it looks like your situation's not the best anyways, I find that these mulattoes who end up marrying into the white community or marrying into the Latino community, they do far better. I don't have the numbers right now to present to you, the metrics, just based off my personal observation. But a lot of these mulattoes have a defeatist mindset, right? They've been kind of brainwashed from their environment and upbringing, serving the Bantus. So they feel like it's not plausible, it's not ideal to connect and to network and work with other mulattoes. And they've also been discouraged from doing that. Someone shared me, I'm going to get into that another day, but someone shared me a video on TikTok, one of the TikTok people. It's crazy. Like this hate that they have when they see two mulattoes together. Now, what they'll say is light skin. They'll say, oh, two light skins. They try to hoodwink you, thinking you're a part of their group. Right. And there is a difference between the light skinned black, okay, and the mulatto. I know there is a difference. But with them, they use ambiguous language and tricky language to hoodwink you. Because people will say that to me. They'll look at me. Like, they'll put comments in my comment section. Oh, you just look like a light skinned black. You don't even look mixed. It's like, okay, yeah, that's cute. Right. Okay, I guess I'm a light skinned black. I'm going to be in your group, but I'm going to be dominating. I'm going to have my foot on your neck and I'm going to be running shit. Oh, man, like Drake. When Drake's running shit, then what do? When they get jealous because you're running shit, then they want to outgroup you, you know? So you're back to square one. So it's pretty cute. But let me get back into this.
Him to do some research about 3 years ago. And the research was to go back 15 years. And from a colorism perspective, show me at pop radio the number of Black women that were of high complexion and the number of Black women that were of dark complexion that got airplay. And again,
the language is interesting that he's using as high complexion. I noticed that in dark complexion. He could have said light complexion and dark complexion, but he said high. Like in even their lexicon, they have embedded in them like self-hate, like like high, right? Or high yellow, whatever. Which, by the way, that's for women. Guys don't, if you refer to yourself, you're a guy, it's high yellow, you got some answering to do. But also when they talk about good hair, right? They talk about good hair, like who made that up? I didn't make that shit up. I'm a 90s kid. I was born in the 90s. I didn't make up this good hair. That stuff has been around for a long time. So who like developed that kind of language in their group when he's talking about high complexion versus dark? All right. To me, because I think of that when he's saying dark, he's in reference synonymous to being like low, right? And then high, like bright, high, right? Yeah, and then good hair, like this is something they speak into existence, their own inferiority complexes. But then they look to you, the mulatto, to like help bring them up or cheer them on or something like that. Like the way they kind of looked at Obama as like a messiah and they're all crying, oh, he's the first black president. Blacks don't have white moms. Sorry to burst your guys' bubbles, but you guys are going to learn a lot the next coming years. Just wanted to point that out. The language is crucial.
And this is from a research perspective. I've since learned that the common public don't understand the difference of research versus emotional. So the comments I made on the book about racism is really based on factual data. And when you look back at the charts at Top 40 Radio, you'll see that the Black women that have been successful with airplay.
Now, I don't know anything about this guy, Matthew Knowles, Beyonce's father, but for a lot of people that I've seen in these little black spaces on the internet, they've referenced him as being a colorist or something like that. He's a professor, though. He's just the way he talks and communicates should be respected, right? He knows how to speak English properly, unlike a lot of these buffoons we see out here that got this street cred. They from the hood, and it's like pretty despicable, right? But a guy like this who actually speaks English, okay, he can articulate himself like a civilized individual. He should be respected, but not in the community. Okay, if you want to be respected in the community, you got to be a scummy, degenerate piece of shit. Then you'll get your respect over there. But people were referencing him. I saw in comments and stuff like that he's a colorist because he married a mulatto woman, right? Beyonce's mom. So that's their whole thing is, okay, well, why don't they have that same smoke for Kendrick Lamar? Why are they taking Kendrick Lamar's side over Drake? You see how they play that game? I'm telling these mulattoes, this is what they do to your ass to neutralize you, right? They'll pick and choose, but they'll always team up, the men and women, when it comes to attacking and dethroning the mulatto who dares to be great. right? Then they'll call him a they call him a culture vulture and a colonizer and all this other dumb crap. But they're never going to point out the fact that, wait a second, Kendrick Lamar, isn't he a colorist? He married a mixed queen. He's the black messiah, but he couldn't find a dark-skinned black woman. You see how that is? Same thing with Tariq and Nasheed. Same thing with all their favorite pro-wax. They always praise. You notice how that is, guys? I'm talking to these mulattoes listening to me who want to act stupid and dumb, okay? Nobody seems to point that out.
They were all of light complexion.
Ooh. I'm going to switch that up. I'm going to personally change that.
You know, let's talk about Mariah.
Yeah,
Let's
I mean,
talk
I hear
about
what he's saying.
Yeah, he's wearing a Howard hat. Credible shirt, but the hat, not hat, excuse me, like a headband. Howard, pretty sure Howard University, right?
Let's talk about Kehlani. Let's talk about his own daughter, Beyonce, and Solange.
Yeah.
Wait, and back in the day,
he just said 15 years.
15 years.
Well, now I guess you can you say SZA?
SZA's, yeah. Okay, that's one.
Yeah.
She's fairly brown skinned.
Yeah. I'm trying because I feel like the melanin wave is taking over and people want to see that.
Well, but think about it now.
But now maybe before the last 2 years.
Did SZA actually hit the charts though? Or was she more of an underground kind of?
I think, well, it depends what you believe the charts are, because now even the beauty of streaming and making everything a more even playing.
Did she have a top 10 hit?
That's a good question.
See what I'm saying? Now you could look at Lauryn Hill, but
that's what I'm saying. That
happened longer than that was like 20 years.
I think Lauryn Hill is old school. When I was a kid in the 90s, Lauryn Hill was on the charts. She won her Grammys, right? So Lauryn Hill, that was where's she been for the last 20 years? Okay. Lauryn Hill is not around like that. I don't know what new music is she dropping. Maybe she's already living a good life. Like she has all the money, all the accolades she's already accomplished in her craft. She has like nothing to prove. So I don't know, like she can just do her concerts and make money. But they still use the standard of Lauryn Hill. Like I said, I've been in the security business pretty much since I've been an adult. And I've worked a lot of shows, Academy Awards, strip clubs, EDC, award shows, all this stuff, and a bunch of concerts. Snoop Dogg, Blink-182, and Kehlani. So I want to reference Kehlani because they mentioned her right here. Kehlani's mixed. I don't listen to her music. I don't know much about her. But I remember I was guarding her backstage like dressing room. They had me as like the security guard guarding her room. And so I met her and I saw her there. And the first thing I noticed when I looked at her, very pale skin, right? And I saw on her arm, she has a bunch of tattoos. She has a tattoo of Lauryn Hill on her arm, on her forearm, right? She has a tattoo of Lauryn Hill. So I'm sitting there like, ugh, yeah. They praise these people, but is it reversed? Do they praise you? Are they going to get tattoos of you on their arm? Interesting. Just wanted to point that out. But Lauryn Hill is like old school, right? So who else is there in the market? Brandy's not making music. Who else is there? So this right here has got to stop. Somebody's got to correct them. Let them know. You're not going to put the word mulatto next to Griff. These are two different definitions here. Nick Cannon is not a fucking mulatto. Somebody in the chat, can you please correct him? Because we have to stop this confusion when people try to do this. They try to lump us in with everybody else. You an MLS, you a mixed light skin, you a light skin black. We're all mixed. We're all MGM. Somebody, please, I got some mulattoes in the chat. Can you correct this individual? Because they're putting the word mulatto and Griff together when these are two different classifications. Somebody correct him, okay?
But I feel like the next
the Aretha Franklin's happened a long time ago.
I think that next wave is on its way, and it's funny, like.
But do you see what I'm saying? You see when you actually think about it.
Yeah.
Whitney Houston was a little bit longer, and he was talking about how what's the name of Clive Davis kind of tried to lighten her a little bit in her presentation and stuff like
made
that.
Her more pop. Man, I'm trying to think. Other than SZA, it has to be someone else that's out here cooking.
This is what I'm saying. They're really.
No one out here that's cooking self-hate and colorism in a black community. Who else out here is cooking? You talk about dark-skinned SZA. I don't know who SZA is.
He isn't.
Shouts out to SZA.
Yeah. But she's kind of like the only one. And yeah, if you really think about it, every light-skinned, like every female
Remy
artist, she don't hit the charts.
I mean, all the way up. I mean,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, Rhapsody did her thing, but didn't really. This, what I'm saying is that
you make a good point, Vlad. Like we got to change that.
The machine isn't really pushing. It's not really having to do with the talent.
He's saying the machine is not pushing. This analogy he's using, machine
level. Really. Yeah, it's really like these people are not seen do not appear as being as marketable
100%.
As their light skin and white
100%.
counterparts.
And that's the systemic issues again, that for whatever reason we've been taught that light is right.
He's saying it's systemic issues, so there's no blame. That's what they do to kind of basically, like what the word I want to use, basically lift the kind of accountability from themselves, right? They're going to say that, oh, it's a systemic issue, it's institutional, Willie Lynch and all. That's what they use this language to remove themselves from accountability. Isn't most of his partners like non-black, right? Mariah Carey. So he's part of the same problem. Do you think the community is going to quit? No, of course not. No. If he goes against Drake or one of these high-profile mulattoes, they're all going to cheer him on, support him, right? No, they're not going to challenge him. I don't see it anywhere. No, of course not. He's going to continue the tradition.
We're drawn to the straight.
And what that tradition is to confuse you people, to make it so you don't have a group. You don't have a tribe. That's why you got people up in here saying, oh, well, Nick Cannon's got a mixed mom, so he's mixed race. I don't give a fuck what the fuck he is. If he's a Griff, he's mixed race, he's MGM, he's Golden, Creole. I don't give a fuck what he is. He's not mulatto. Period. We have defined the terminology. We're setting the record straight. Deal with it. I know a lot of these mulattoes, they're not going to challenge you because they're fucking cowards. We already know, like, they're just looking for a black ass to kiss. Most of these mulattoes, it's very obvious, okay? But I'm one guy up here on social media that's got some balls, that's going to call a spade, and I'm going to get a lot of hate for that, but it's kind of par for the course. But like I said, their modus operandi is to muddy the waters and confuse the issue, so you don't have a group. They want to neutralize you, throw everybody in the same goddamn group. Say, oh, well, you got a little bit of Indian blood and a little bit of English blood. You 15% admixed, so you mix race just like the mulatto. They're not the fucking same. Mariah Carey, okay, and Nick Cannon are not the same racial configuration, period. But if you let these interlopers and other, people sit there, they try to redefine things, and they and like I said, they put the two groups like together. Like I want to bring it back to this because when I see this type of foolishness, it really irritates me. We got to stop it and nip it in the bud once we see it. Make an example of it. He says Nick Cannon is mulatto Griff. No such thing. Are you a mulatto? Are you a Griff? These are two different categories. But what they try to do with the hyphenated, what they're trying to do is they're basically trying to put these two groups together to make it so you still fall underneath blackness. So you're mostly black. This is their goal. They want you to be underneath the umbrella of black instead of being an independent category from European and African, your own distinct category, your own tribe, which I've already defined, which is mulatto. But you have these type of people who now want to broaden the group. They're like, oh, well, he's a Griff too. He's mulatto Griff. He's mixed race. I don't give a fuck what the fuck he is. He's not mulatto, period. Okay. Just got to call a spade because people really come up in here and try this with me. I'm like, dude, I'm the wrong guy. There's plenty of channels you can go to. You can play that game with them. There's Golden Sphere channels, exotical channels. Go to the exotical channels. They'll play that little game with you. Okay. Or the Golden Sphere. Don't come over here to this mulatto channel with that dumb shit. Because you're going to irritate me and, you're only going to do it for so long before I kind of have to get you up out of here. You know what I'm saying?
Even the idea of the straight hair and
Mm-hmm.
you know the complexionism that goes on is, again, it's this hierarchy system. There was this.
I'm gonna do a poll for you guys. Does Nick Cannon look mixed to you guys or not? I don't know if I can do it in this chat right now, but if I could, I got to figure that out. I know with live chats they could. I think I might have to have like a threshold of like subscribers or viewership or something or monetization to do that. But I want to do a live poll. Like, does this guy look like a mixed race guy? Like, and you know, what about Nick looks mixed race? Yeah, point it out. Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he's got 20 or 25 admixture percent. Okay, yeah, he's a griff, I guess. Yeah, mostly black. Black is dominant according to all you afrocentric. So what's the issue? Like, why are they trying to wiggle their way into mulatto affairs? That's the thing you guys got to point out. When they try to like use ambiguous and broad language and muddy the waters, you have to stop and think, well, what's their whole deal? Why are they trying to get into our discussion? This is clearly defined here, mulatto. Why are they trying to broaden the group? They're trying to destabilize you. They want you to go back to the communità and to serve as their mules. They want to claim all your wins and punk you. And it's not happening over here. That's why you hear in my voice the kind of the anger. It says black people perceive identifying as mulatto as rejection of the blackness. Precisely, exactly. And this is why they want to see. They'll never say mulatto quadroon, right? You know, this is what it is. See, they'll say mulatto griff because they want you to be closer to blackness. When a griff is 75% black, the griff had like a Beyonce is a griff, right? And there's many other people, I think. Yeah. So like this is what they're saying. They look at you as identifying as mulatto as rejecting our blackness. They're offended by that. So their strategy is to basically try to muddy the waters and redefine language to confuse you. You're not confusing us over here. Like you can start a channel and state your position. And of course, we can basically rebuttal and counter your arguments, but don't waste my time over here. I've already established what I'm doing here. I already have an audience. Okay. I just need my audience to be a little more active with challenging some of the interlopers when they get a little wild. But let's continue on, fair use.
You know, German scientists back in the day, they started classifying people based off of the tone of their skin. And, you know, their name was some shit like Frederick Blumenblock or some shit like that, like Johann Frederick Blumenblock. He's like, yo, white people, the people from the mountains of Caucasus are the superior people. And
yeah, the language is interesting. White people from the mountain of Caucasus. Language is kind of interesting. And remember, he already got G-checked by Jewish people. He got all uppity and got all out of line. And they already punked his ass and checked him, let him know. The same thing happened with LeBron James. You know, all their major black kind of entertainers. They already showed him who their paymasters are. Remember that happened? He said something like he was pushing this kind of Hebrew Israelite stuff. Because he's, you know, Nick Cannon's a pro-whack, typical pro-whack with his non-black partners and mixed race partners, typical pro-whack. And yeah, the Jewish people already checked his ass, let him know who runs shit, right? So it's interesting his language he's using about like mountains of Caucasus. Yeah, right. Yeah.
And everybody under them are feeble-minded, and that it goes all back to that thinking, and we subscribe to it. It's fucked up.
Yeah. And he's talking to Vlad. I just thought this right now. He's interviewing with Vlad. Vlad is a white Jewish guy. So it's like he's sitting right down in front of his massa. You cannot make this shit up.
Yeah, I mean, he actually, you know, Matthew went into sort of his own stories because he grew up in Alabama, I believe.
Yeah.
And the school he ended up going to, he had a transfer. He ended up getting caught messing with some white girls.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And then the school he was transferred to was a historically black college.
Shouts out to the HBCUs.
But they were doing the brown paper bags.
He's saying shout out to the HBCUs. He's got a Howard kind of headband on. Laura Mitchell puts here, if all African Americans are mixed with white admixture, then the average biracial has more white blood than black blood. Exactly, just like kind of Drake, right? we can look at Drake for an example, because his father is African American, like a light skinned black, right? And so, yeah, he has like white admixture for sure, and then plus he has a white mom. So Drake is probably like 60+% European, right? Maybe that's why they're hating on him so hard. They're so damn jealous of him. But I'm looking at that, yeah, yeah. So the mulattoes, like even Mariah Carey. Mariah Carey is her father is like an Afro Venezuelan. Her father's not even like a dark skinned black. Her father's mixed. And her Mariah Carey's mom's like white American. So I'm sitting there like, yeah, Mariah Carey is more non-black than black, but they're so desperate to claim Mariah Carey and like the one drop rule and to weaponize that one drop rule, right? They only want to claim you when you're winning, but they don't want you to win too much. Especially, see, they only want you to win if it's in competing against whites or in the white arena. Then they want you to go hard and win. They want you to be the president like Obama or whatever, or Kamala Harris, vice president. But when you're in a realm that's like kind of their, playground environment, like hip hop per se, then you're going to get the Drake treatment. When outclass the competition, you just bury all of them. You're better than them. Then they're going to be like, oh, you not like, you a colonizer. You not like, the same people with their white partners or mixed partners telling a man because he's mixed, he's not like them. You can't make it up. This is what you deal with these individuals. Okay.
Test.
Yeah.
Back then.
Complexionism.
The only reason why he even got in because the athletes were exempt.
Yeah.
From that.
Because the darker athletes are gonna be the better athletes.
You hear that? And it's black supremacy, right? Because the darker athlete's going to be the better athletes, and he laughs it off. But yet, like, isn't all his partners like mixed and light skin and like not black or something? But you see how they still adhere to basically black skin, black male supremacy. He's laughing. All the dark skinned athletes going to be the best athletes. This was what, 6 years ago? This interview with Vlad, his Nick Cannon's white Jewish master. And I'm looking at the NFL, Patrick Mahomes, mulatto man, the best quarterback in the league. We're looking at the NBA. We got the best basketball players, mulattoes on the league currently, all across sports. And I'm sitting there like, are they still pushing this shit? You want to join the stream? Yeah, I'll drop it. Give me a few. Let me finish this off. But I'm laughing because this guy's a cornball, Nick Cannon. He's a cornball. Look, he's laughing. And I'm like, yeah, it's the arrogance of the Bantu. Now, people will say, oh, well, he's mixed race. He's a griff. I don't give a fuck what the fuck he is. He's not mulatto. Okay, I give you that. He's mixed, right? 25%. He's a griff. I give you that. He's not a mulatto. That's the thing. I try to stress people where you got to have the gate up and solidify, have a code, because once you use broad language like golden, Creole, and mixed race and all this shit, you're going to allow griffs to come into your space who are mostly black identified, pro-black. They're going to bring in the Bantus, and they're going to try to basically they're going to drown you out. You're not going to have a voice, and they're going to police your speech. This is the key thing you have to understand. He right here, someone they say he's mixed race, Nick Cannon, 25%, whatever mix. He doesn't identify as mulatto. He's literally laughing in front of his white Jewish master, Vlad, saying that, oh yeah, the darker they are, the better the athletes they are. Oh, see how I'm telling you? You're quote unquote mixed race, 25% mixed griff and all this other crap, how they still adhere to black supremacy. You guys see this shit? And I'm one dude out here like calling a spade a spade. Let's finish this off.
All the time, yeah. But literally, the athletes were exempt.
Yeah.
From that.
Because the darker athletes are gonna be the better athletes.
All the time, yeah.
The darker athlete's gonna be the better athletes. Nonchalantly praising black supremacy, dark skin supremacy. So when I had this guy up in here who says, oh, Nick Cannon's a mulatto griff, I don't care what the hell he is. He's not a mulatto. Okay. And especially with this language, he's already going to be outgrouped and excluded, excommunicado. We don't need him. Okay. Thank you for your services, but go ahead, go over there. Because he's promoting black supremacy. We don't need that. most of these mulattoes, too many of them, they're already not balanced as it is. So that's why when they see a guy like me blabbing my mouth on social media, people kind of get irritated. It kind of bugs them. They're like, wait a second, what's wrong with you? You should be kissing black butt like the rest of them. Like, no, fuck you. The things aren't working out. A lot of these mulattoes out here feel like they don't have a place to go. They don't have a tribe. It's not working out for a lot of these people out here. So now we got a spot where it's working out for them. And we have to have the gate up and make sure we don't have these interlopers coming in here fucking with our shit. I'm going to put it bluntly like that, because I am a little irritated because some of these characters are up in here trying to spread confusion, talking to, trying to put us all in the same group. It hasn't worked out for the past few years. You guys done that crap with the golden sphere and all this, ambiguous language, exoticals, and all you people like, you're overrun by the community. You have nothing. That's yours. Okay. It's not the same over here. This is mine over here. Okay.
But literally, yeah, they would pull out a brown paper bag.
Yeah.
If you're darker than this bag, then you cannot get into this black college.
I'm the color of the paper bag.
Right. You are the paper bag.
I'm right there.
So he's good because he's got his, right? He's got his mixed race wife, Mariah Carey, and all his other, baby mamas. Like I said, I didn't look into this guy's past. I only know Mariah because she's more famous than him. I don't know his other baby mamas. They're not famous or whatever. So, but yeah, he's, like I said, he's gonna brag and be like, oh, well, he's the paper bag color. He's brown skin. Ha ha ha. Right? Someone in the chat is caping for Nick, saying, oh, he's a mulatto griff. Whatever. I don't care what the hell he is. He's not mulatto. And but you see how he's still nonchalantly gonna praise darker skinned Bantus. This is why you got to be careful. I talked to some other dude behind the scenes about that, where it's like, yeah, it's people like Nick Cannon that got that kind of admixture and stuff like that, the classification griff, which people don't really use, right? This is only internet talk. I guarantee you Nick Cannon doesn't walk around calling himself a griff. But the thing is like, you got to be careful because those type of people, they have black supremacist tendencies. So they will open up the door for black nationalists. Okay, dark-skinned supremacists. They're going to cape for all the, colorism, featureism, tech. They're going to cape for all those issues, for all the racist blacks. And they're going to completely destroy and sabotage what you want to do as a mulatto. So, yeah, you got to draw a line somewhere. I'm one dude. I'm drawing the line. I'm doing good over here. But, these kind of interlopers, they kind of always try to jump in here and muddy the waters and switch up the language. And we've already been seeing it. Okay, we've already been seeing it. So, they need to try a new strategy.
In the middle.
But isn't it crazy though? Like,
nah, it's funny that's real. Even within our own community, we've been brainwashed that complexionism is the lighter you are, the better you are.
Right.
And I deal with that when the King of the Dance Hall film, because it's
yeah, you're right, huh, Val? If he was a woman, right, he could be an exotical. If he was a woman, they'd gladly take him in, get those numbers up. I thought about this the other day where I was thinking about like the exoticals. When I first saw her channel, she was at like a couple thousand subscribers. When I first saw Angry Biracial's channel, he was like at, I think, 500 subscribers when I first came across his channel 2 years ago. Angry Biracial is almost at 50,000 subscribers. What do both of these channels have in common? Angry Biracial and Exoticals United. They're anti-male channels, right? But they still have this kind of in the background, like, oh, we're mixed, we're for mixed people, mixed identity. Even Angry Biracial is still trying to pull this mixed shit. I'm like, bro, the mixed people don't fuck with you. They know you're a criminal, you're a scam artist, like you're done, right? It's just that you still have a lot of idiots who still because they see the numbers, maybe they're still, dancing around over there. And so I was thinking about that with the Exotics United, and they brought in the group, like, and even Angry Biracial's channel, it's not a biracial channel. Yeah, the name, don't be fooled by the name. He has a black female channel. He's a BWE content creator. Remember that woman checked his ass? She exposed him as well. What's her name? Tanya TKO. She thoroughly exposed this guy as being a criminal, fraud, grifter. But it doesn't matter because he's still going to grow. Like you can expose anybody on YouTube. It doesn't matter. You're still going to grow, right? Lesson learned. Look at that's exhibit A of that. And yeah, I just thought of that too. Like anybody can be a biracial according to Angry Biracial. He has nothing but black women on his channel. Like what the fuck? He should change his name, I think. Like I know he's branded himself like that, but it's like, bro, you're not a biracial channel. I went over his channel the other day because I thought about this, and I saw he released a song called Biracial Power. So I guess I'll give him some free press here, you know, whatever, for what it's worth. But he has a fucking song called Biracial. Are you gonna listen to that shit? I didn't click the play button. I just went to his channel, went to his community post, and I saw this shit. I saw like he released a track a couple of days ago because he's doing his music grift crap. And he has a song called Biracial Power. I'm a biracial dude, right? 50-50. My dad is dark-skinned black, African American. My mom's pale white woman, American. So it's like I'm a biracial guy. I fit that definition. And it's like I'm not gonna listen to his shit. You know, who is he making that music for? For his majority black female audience? Or like, this is fucking weird. But yeah, I just wanted to, you know, mention that because I, like you say, Nick Cannon could be an exotical. Yeah, if he had a vagina. Okay. Because Exotical's channel was super anti-man. I already shared her comment that I saw where she's like, she deletes comments from men and she purged all the men from her channel with the whole decentering men. I'm like, really? You can be a blatant misandrist on YouTube, right? Isn't that like prejudiced, right? Isn't that against the community guidelines? Like, don't you have enough evidence to get her shit shut down? I don't give a damn about the woman. I don't know what the hell she looks like. Don't care. I just unsubscribed and like let bygones be bygones. Just stay the fuck out of mulatto affairs, which she does. You know, that's why she does the whole broad kind of exotical bullshit, which all they want to do is just kind of troll black women because black women kick them out of their spaces. And it's funny. Now you look at the exotical spaces, nothing but black women. How tragic. Let's continue on, fair use.
It's so real in Jamaica that they're bleaching their skin and that's looked at as a sign of success.
Yeah, no, his own mother told him not to bring home a black nappy-headed girl.
Yeah.
Even though she was black and even had nappy hair. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a self-hate kind of.
It's a self-hate thing that we've been, again, it goes back to that demoralization. You know what I mean? We've been told that we are less than, so therefore we subscribe to it. And it's funny, I even see it, you know, I look at some of the comments and stuff when they talk about like, because like everybody's kid now is freaking beige. Right. like everybody's kid, like all of our kids are just beige. But and that's what I'm saying, the whole world gonna be beige.
Yeah, that's funny. You make a good point here, right? If Nick Cannon's paper bag, you're like, you're spicy white. Yeah. Yeah, you and Nick Cannon look nothing alike. But that's what I'm saying, like with you, Jezebel, you already clearly, you know, have the Creole identity, your phenotype falls in line with that. And it's like, but you have people who come into my chat who like want to like blur the lines, so to speak. Like I respect people's identities for who they are. Like if people want to use the term griff and they acknowledge that they're like one of their parents is biracial, like even on TikTok, I saw a few videos today or the past week, this weekend, and there was a couple women. These are, you know, they're mostly black because they don't use the term griff. That's the thing. A lot of people aren't even aware. I never heard of that term until like a year or 2 years ago, being involved in these kind of spaces. Then the kind of vocabulary was spread out. But those women didn't, like, they just said they're kind of mixed. They look at their mom, they're like, oh yeah, they're mixed. They didn't use the terminology. But yeah, we don't look like them. That's the thing. Like I didn't look like, these women were like darker skin, mostly black, but yeah, they had, you know, whatever 25% mixture. But me and you, Jezebel, look more closely. Our phenotype is more complementary, look more closely, right? Than like a Nick Cannon. It's like a whole different group of people. But that's the thing, is you got people who get involved in the mixed discussion who want to say that we're like all the same. I'm like, whoa, wait a second. When you do that, you're causing confusion and you're not respecting people's, number one, boundaries and identities and experiences. And the whole point for me in this channel is to let mulattoes know that their opinions, their experiences are validated. They have a voice over here. And there's a lot of Creoles who identify with mulattoes, and, you know, vice versa. You have some of that overlap. But yeah, let's continue on.
age soon, and then what you guys gonna do? But it's funny though when you see those comments and some of the self-hatred, but even some of the animosity towards like, oh well, why everybody got light-skinned kids?
Yeah, and he has light-skinned kids. Thing is right here with the KMC. Now, the thing is, Nick is not a Bantu. He doesn't look like a Bantu. But I don't know if he's pretending to be mixed. Someone has, I don't know, I could do a Google search and say Nick Cannon's parents. He has like a mixed parent or whatever. I haven't even looked it up beforehand. I'm just doing this in real time. Let's check it out. Let me share the screen here. This is like live, kind of impromptu. I have no idea what the hell his parents look like, but he doesn't appear to be Bantu. He's not Bantu. Clearly has admixture. I'm just saying this guy ain't no fucking mulatto. So when you have someone up in the chat who's like, oh, he's a mulatto Griff. Oh, hold up. Wait a second. So these are his parents here. Nick Cannon, this is his mom. You guys can see that. Pretty sure. So he doesn't appear to be Bantu to me. Someone saying his mom is biracial. His mom is possibly a Griff, if you want to use that technical terminology. And his father possibly has a admixture, which kind of looks like he does, right? Looking at a lot of these African Americans, they have admixture. So you look at, Nick Cannon, both of his parents, they're not 100% black, right? Maybe they're both admixed blacks, right? But that's why the terminology is important. They're trying to say like Griff or mulatto. It's like, wait a second, these are clearly defined words and terms. But people want to basically muddy the waters. Like I said, they want to spread confusion, and their whole goal to do that is to neutralize mulattoes. But these are his parents. Yeah, to me, they both look like admixed blacks. You could basically say his mom is maybe a Griff at best. I don't know. I'm not going to look any deeper than that, but he's not a Bantu. We can say that, right? But the issue is that he will basically adhere to Bantu kind of politics, if I can say that, use that, and also just chest pounding, where he said, "Oh, the darker they are, the athletes, the better." He's laughing in front of his white Jewish master. He's like, "Oh, ha, ha, if they're blacker, they're better." We're sitting there. Wait a second. Why doesn't he get dark-skinned women to create darker-skinned kids? Why does he always get these light-skinned and mixed women to get lighter-skinned kids, right? So that's the issue with guys. Like, you can't bring them into your group when they're against you, when they're going to put another group of men above you. And I'm sitting here talking to these mulatto guys, like trying to, trying to basically recalibrate their mental circuitry where they're conditioned to serve the Bantu. A lot of these mulattoes feel like they got to act extra hood. They got to prove themselves to these Bantus to be a part of their club. And I'm sitting there thinking, why would you do that to another man? Like, you wonder why the chicks don't want to give you none. Like, you have these guys who feel like they got to jump on a plane and go to the DR to get some tail. And it's like everything you do in America, you serve the Bantus. You serve other men. No other man does that. Mexican men don't serve other men. Okay. They look at themselves as being the top dog. Machismo, that's why they're very good in boxing and combat sports. Same thing with white men. They look at themselves as being the best. And then the blacks in America, the same thing. And you got guys like Nick Cannon, who's admixed, whatever. He's publicly telling you in front of his white Jewish master that, oh, if they're darker, they're going to be better. Ha ha. I'm like, this motherfucker ain't a part of my group. No, the mulattoes run shit in my existence, the way I see Patrick Mahomes. Shout out to Gable Steveson, who just signed a contract with the Buffalo Bills, Olympic gold medalist, a young man, a decade younger than me. It's like 23, 24 years old. The mulattoes are gold medalists in combat sports, wrestling, football, basketball. To me, in my existence, the mulatto men are running shit. We got Drake in the entertainment business and hip hop. The mulattoes are running shit, and I give them all the praise over here. That's the difference between a guy like me and someone like Nick Cannon, who's a quote unquote mixed guy. I don't care what the hell he is. He's not mulatto. And he's going to give all the praise to the darker skinned Bantus. You guys got to start calling a spade. Because people love hating on me for, which is good. It helps me out in a way, but it is irritating. The thing about the hate, I pointed out today with the community post I made, what's irritating is people who are mixed, who got all this hate because, like I said, it's kind of recalibrating their mental circuitry. They've been programmed to serve Black people, and specifically, we look at a lot of the women, a lot of mixed women. They see that they're biracial women, their pathway to Blackness, and I'm talking about African Americans, okay, specifically, where a lot of the biracial American women feel like their pathway to Blackness in the African American group is to have the Black guy's kid, to be a single mom. That's their way to anchor themselves, to give themselves legitimacy in the Black group. And those are going to be the ones. And someone pointed out in one of my live streams as well, where it's like, look, the Bantus will basically put a battery in the back of those females and get them to attack us, right? They see the mulatto guys trying to do their own shit, develop their own space and community, etc. The African American, the Bantu guys, they will literally put a battery in the back of some of their biracial baby mamas to be like, hey, you got to call them out. You got to correct them and kind of check them, so to speak, because they're making us look bad. And so that's the irritating part. I get it that a lot of Black people are going to whine and cry, but they've been doing that with everyone. Everyone else is kind of annoyed, like the Asians and Hispanics, these groups that are competing in America. White people kind of give in and stuff like that, but everyone's, basically getting tired of the whining and crying.
Why are you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want my kids to have good hair. Like, the fuck is good hair? You know what I mean? Like, all hair is beautiful. You know what I mean? Like, any hair that's on your head is good hair. Like, but
I think the biracial hair is the best. I don't think I know. The biracial hair, the curly, frizzy, mulatto hair texture, I feel like that's the best for me personally. But who am I? I'm bald, right? What can I say? My opinion doesn't matter in this, right? Yeah, right.
It's this European, what they call it, the colonizers.
Most people have no idea.
He's saying the European, the colonizer, but yet he's standing next to what's his name? DJ Vlad.
Because I had interviewed Bianca Bonney. She was Young B from Chicken Noodle Soup.
Oh, right.
And now she's on Love and Hip Hop.
Right.
And she had a song called Love for These Dark Skins. And she was talking, and the video starts off with
Love for the Dark Skins. I'm going to look up who this woman is, because I guarantee you she's a biracial.
Right.
And she had a
colonizer's mentality.
Because that's how they because you have to understand, with the biracial woman who's, wants to find a group, wants to, she's tired of being picked on by Black women. She's tired of feeling like she's ugly, she doesn't fit in. And Mariah Carey kind of went through that. I'll share a clip. But for the biracial, a lot of them, their pathway to Blackness is to be bastardized by Black men. So they need Black men. They position themselves to be adjacent to Black men to get protection from Black women, because Black women run the Black American community. That's why I laugh, kind of call it a communita, because it doesn't function like other groups, right? In a lot of different ways, and you guys are well aware of that. And so the biracial woman, she needs protection from Black women, from the harassment and getting picked on. So they position themselves to get Black male support. And how they establish legitimacy to be amongst that group is to have Black man's kids. Okay. And so when this woman who has this song talking about dark skin, I want to see what her name is.
Yeah, because I had interviewed Bianca Bonney.
Bianca Bonney. I've never heard of that, but let me check and see who it is. Bianca Bonney. I don't know how the spelling of it, if it's accurate. Let me see. Bianca Bonney. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, let me see. I think I found it. What I'm looking for. Bianca Bonney. Never heard of it, but I want to see Bianca Bonney. Let's see. Bianca Bonney. Okay. Okay, I think he interviewed her. She's from Harlem. I think this is it. It's just some ghetto Ratchet. Yeah, she's black. She's not even mixed. Okay. Whatever. But yeah, it's all pro dark skin in their community. That's why, like, if you're mulatto, the guys, they kind of, a lot of these guys are cowards. Let's be real. Like, I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't see you guys in the chat defending. You guys are trying to hide underneath some Bantu skirt somewhere. So let's continue on with this.
She was Young B from Chicken Noodle Soup.
Oh, right.
And now she's on Love and Hip Hop.
Right.
And she had a song called "Love for These Dark Skins," and she was talking. And
she's on Love and Hip Hop, and she has a song called "Love for These Dark Skins." Yeah, I checked out her Instagram. She has 1.3 million followers. I'm pretty sure it's her, and I don't even need to share her page. After you guys listen to the stream, you guys can look it up yourself. You're kind of looking at her like, yeah, this is the culture. This is what they promote. Plastic surgery, BBLs, wigs, blue hair, chicken noodle soup, dancing, serving their white massa. And of course, when the mulatto, they don't want two mulattoes to be dating each other. They're going to get upset. And also, if you're a mulatto and you outshine them in something they've previously kind of been more so dominant in, like a Drake type of situation, then you're going to find out, how they really feel about you.
The video starts off with a dark-skinned dude who's like, "Oh, yo, you fly for a dark-skinned chick." Like I don't usually date dark-skinned chicks, but I would fuck with you. And it's like, and she said like this really happens. I mean, the video starts out.
So this is her. Yeah, I could have just played the whole clip. Clearly, I didn't watch this whole clip. This is like a live impromptu situation, but this is her. And you got people that are up in the chat, that are up in these mixed spaces that were, exotical spaces that are literally tell you that she just like us. She got a parent that mixed. She just like Nick Cannon. Oh, she a mulatto griff. I'm saying that for the guy who's in the chat who put that whole mulatto dash griff. Don't ever put that dumb shit in my chat ever again. Okay, I don't care about losing the subscriber or whatever, having a sub go rogue and become a troll, because it's happened before. I've been doing this for 2 years. I had people who were in my chat listening. They're probably still listening. And it's like they, whatever, I blocked them or something. Then they turn into a troll. They create a whole troll account trying to troll and all this shit. So like, look, I don't want to block people. I try to keep this an open forum, but I give people plenty of chances. I feel like I am very humble and merciful and apologetic, if I can say that. But look, I take this very seriously when people want to insult my intelligence, when they look at a lady like this on the screen or a Nick Cannon type of situation, and they want to sit there and try to act stupid with us, my mulatto audience, and say, this person's just like you. They're a mulatto griff. They're mixed race. I don't give a fuck what the fuck this person is that's on the screen, or Nick Cannon. They're not one of us. Okay.
And you're talking to a dude who's actually kind of dark skinned himself.
Right.
And he says, "Oh, you wild pretty for a brown skinned chick."
Right.
And
guys actually use that line. Guys say that. Like, guys used to say to me all the time, because I'm a pretty girl. So that's why I'm confident. I don't have I don't feel no way about anything. I know I look good. And guys will say, I don't date brown skin girls, but I would date you, or you're pretty for a brown skin girl, or just stuff like.
You know what it is with their culture, because it's a degenerate, culture. They're very limited in their options, where they can, someone like her can pretty much only deal with the thug guys, right? So we already know they have a whole gender war, and you look at all the social media, YouTube and all that stuff, but I feel like it's only a problem to her. She hears that from black guys, because she's talking about black guys telling her, the black guy saying he doesn't date brown girls or dark girls, but he said he likes her, right? The black guy mainly wants to date light girls. Someone like her limits her options. I can tell she probably doesn't like guys like Drake. I've publicly heard these type of ladies, not her specifically, but other ones, say like, oh, they don't like guys like Drake's complexion. He's too light skinned, right? They'll publicly say that shit. They don't want a guy that's all light skin or too light skin and all this shit. But if I were to tell her, no, you're too dark, Okay, I don't, they'd fucking whine and cry, right? It's hilarious. That's why a lot of these people, I don't deal with them. Okay, I'll give my commentary when it comes to kind of mulatto affairs and how it relates. There's some crossover, but I already know like the culture just based off the hair color and her nails. I saw her nails there, the way she's talking. I already know what it is. She mainly wants the thug pookie guy, and a lot of these pookie thug guys, they want the Latinas and the mixed women. And so she feels a certain way about that. That's on her, man. She doesn't want to get, any other group of man. That's on her. I don't know what to say.
Like that. And when I mentioned it, a lot of other brown skin girls would say the same thing. Like, a guy said that to me. What is that supposed to mean? I see it under my comments still. Like, I don't date dark skin girls, but I would.
And she's got a lot of followers. This was 6 years ago, this interview, or Nick Cannon interview, whatever, this woman here. I just checked her IG. She's got like 1.3 million followers. So I don't know. I never heard of her until this interview, until this instant 10 minutes ago. So I have no idea who the hell she is, but she got followers. Okay, cool.
Talk to you. Oh, you're pretty for a black girl, like under my Instagram comments all the time. And it doesn't bother me, but it's just like I know a lot of other girls have insecurities.
Yo,
it does bother her. That's why she's mentioning it, because the reason why, like I said, her options are limited, because we know in the black community, they idolize, worship, and they bend the knee and serve the darker skinned Bantus, right? So with someone like her, so her options, that's why you look at the results, it's like, okay. In 20 years, with all these East Indians coming in America, all these East Asians, okay, Chinese, Taiwanese, Koreans, it's like, yeah. And the Latinos as well, south of the border and elsewhere coming to America, it's already game over. I don't know. I'm just a mulatto guy. I don't know what to tell you. People say you don't even look mixed. You just look light skinned black. Okay, that's fine. I'll just be the new black, I guess. Whatever. I'm not like you. And I'm looking at this stuff like that culture they're promoting right there with that lady, and it's it doesn't look good. But I'm gonna comment on it because Nick Cannon here. It's all connected. Fair use.
I'm guilty. And I would say it, but even like, I hate having to say this, but even like wilding out, I'm like, yo, find me some dark skinned girls. Like, the fact that I have to say that is because I'm trying to rep for our queens, but it's this mentality of like,
he's trying to rep for the queens. Well, we already know you rep for the kangs. We already know that you rep for the kangs. I mean, we publicly heard you in front of your white Jewish master tell him, he told him that, oh, the darker they are, the blacker they are, the better the athletes, very nonchalantly. So we already know you're repping for the kangs. We know that. But now he wants to rep for the queens. Okay, really? Well, why'd you get with Mariah Carey? Like, I don't know what your baby mamas look like. Like I said beforehand, I didn't even look at it. I don't care. But I don't know. Do you guys have more extensive knowledge in this area? Because I know he has a lot of kids. I mean, a lot of women, right? That he has kids with. I'm seeing one image pop up right now. Let me see if I can get a bigger image here. Okay, I got one. Let's see what we got here. I don't know how many baby mamas this guy has, but he's gonna rep for the queens, the dark-skinned queens. These are his baby mamas. I just did a little Google search. We know Mariah. We all know her. She's famous. These other women are all look mixed race. Okay, look at her. This is short. Just look at her hair texture. This is a mixed woman, right? Or she could be Latina. I don't know. But I'm looking at like, where the hell? So, this is the pathology of the Bantu, where they want to hold on to this pro-whack, they're pro-black, they want to give the opportunities for the blacks, like a Phil Advice show, but yet they can't seem to marry and start a family with a black person. They got to get a mixed person, like a Tariq Fraudshid and the other pro-whack grifters, like Professor Griff from Public Enemy. Like, they got to get a mixed person, right? Or a non-black person, but they're so pro-black. Like, you heard him say that about, I want to rep my mixed queens, or no, excuse me, pause. He said he wants to rep his dark skin, women and all this shit, but he can't find one to marry. I just find that so convenient for these characters. I really do.
Beauty is like a fair complected color. So even when it's almost like, just because I say find me some dark skinned girls, I'm like, and find me a white girl too. It's like the token white girl. It's the token dark skinned girl, but then everybody else is beige.
So I'm saying when you listen to this mumbo jumbo, they uphold colorism. That's why a guy in the chat called them colorism canon. They uphold white supremacy. They uphold these standards with good hair, light complexion. Look at their dating and mating habits. They uphold all these standards, but then at the same time, they want to play dumb and act stupid like he's doing right now in front of his white Jewish master because he knows the cameras are on him. So he wants to act stupid and be like, oh, it's systemic. Oh, it's the people from the Caucasus Mountains who set it up. Right? He's trying to get points with the pro-wax. It's like we see all this stuff like this, who is he fooling out here? Not me. I mean, there's, he's fooling a lot of people. The people who want to broaden the group, they don't want you to be independent from blackness. So they'll put mulattoes in the same category as like Griff or some other mixed race group. I'm like, wait, whoa. Mulattoes are literally just as much European as they are African. What we're doing here in my channel is to establish balance with them. And the funny thing about that is a lot of my detractors, they'll say that I'm not balanced at all, that I'm very biased. But that it's an echo chamber or trauma bonding echo chamber. But you know what? The whole fucking industry and platforms, everything out here, mainstream, is not balanced. Everything is rigged. Everything is like pro-black, afrocentric. There's one-droppers. Nothing's balanced out here. But they look at me in my little small space on the internet, my YouTube channel. They're trying to tell me, you got to be balanced. I'm like, get out of here. Block, get out of here. Nothing is balanced out here, guys. Most of these mulattoes you're going to see in these media outlets, and, they're more pro-black. We have a few that are more so biracial. They're, very firm in their biracial identity, like Sage Steele. That's why I'm very proud to promote Sage Steele, because she's very firm. And she gets a lot of hate from the usual suspects. But it's like, I love it when I get these biracials who tell me I'm biased or I'm not balanced. I'm like, well, none of you assholes are balanced. You're all biased. Like nothing is balanced out here in the marketplace anyways. But they're heavily fixated on because they can't have any detractors, because it will give people options. Where a lot of these mulattoes, especially these younger ones, they realize they have options now. They realize they've been fooled, they've been hoodwinked. So now it's time to basically take a step back, rethink the situation, and move forward with the plan that serves you. The whole goal is to have something that serves you. Don't serve other people, because we see Nick Cannon. He wants that pro-whack street cred, so he's going to praise the Bantus. Oh, the darker they are, the better athletes. Ha 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 ha, right? He's going to serve the pro-blacks, dark skins, right? Even though he's married to all non-black women, or not married, but has kids with them, right? It's typical with them. So, like, we got to go against that, guys. We have to.
It's like, it's sad that we can't just be in a society that, one, regardless of the shade, but even that the darker complex, like to me at this point, I'm more fascinated by darker skinned women.
Of course he is. And of course he is. He's more fascinated now. This was 6 years ago. He said this crap, right? Like I said, these people, the trickery, the hoodwinking, the lying that they do, the games they play. And there's a lot of people who listen to them thinking they're actually credible, when his credibility has been thrown out the fucking window. I mean, since the time, like when those Jewish people checked his ass and they canceled him, or like, we're going to take your check. You got to publicly apologize. Get this black boy up here on the internet and publicly apologize to this rabbi. His credibility just went completely out the fucking door, right? Everything for a paycheck, all the TV deals, Nickelodeon, Wild and Out, and all this crap, his own YouTube, whatever. Like when he apologized to that rabbi, his credibility went out the fucking door. But he's going to sit here and tell you today, or that interview with Vlad is 6 years ago, that, oh, the dark skins rocking, the dark skin chicks. He'll publicly say that. He'll lie to you people publicly. But the evidence, his behavior says otherwise. Look at all these women. These are his baby mamas. I think Val put in the chat, he has 6 different baby mamas, but 12 kids. He has 1 kid with Mariah here. But these are not dark-skinned black women, guys. Am I the only guy calling this shit out? Like, who else is like, who else is noticing this stuff? Where these type of tricksters, like a Nick Cannon, will publicly praise the Bantu, praise the dark skin, and be like, oh yeah, I love the dark-skinned women. I love them now. But yet you didn't have a child with any of them. Like, you don't. I think one of his partners is dark skin. I saw, because these are 5 women here. He has 6 baby mamas. So one of them is, and I think a gentleman in the chat or somebody in the chat said his Onyx was the name of one of his kids. But yeah, so one of the women that's not pictured here is actually like a darker skinned woman. I could pull that up. I think, yeah, I got an image here. Let me share this one real quick for you guys before I continue to move on. So you guys see in the top left corner. So that's one of that. I think that's the woman they're referencing. And I think the child he has with her, she's darker than him, right? And I think the child's name is Onyx, as someone said in the chat. This woman here, right? So he does have one woman. Is that his first baby mama, or that's not a recent one? I don't know. But this woman doesn't even look black at all. No or African admixture. I don't know what the hell she is. This woman looks mixed. I don't know. Could be just be light skinned black. Mariah Carey's proud mixed woman, multiracial. So we're like, he's talking about. So okay, that's 5 out of 6. One of the women's darker than him. But what about the other 5? So he's talking about like, he's praising dark-skinned women now. Like, I'm just saying, like, these guys lie. They're tricksters. The thing is, he can get away with it. He's got money. He's got the bag. Okay. And not only that, he has social status. He's a media personality. So, he could play the game. That's why I'm saying I'm not hating on Nick like that. I don't care. I remember him when I was a kid. He was on Nickelodeon and all this stuff. Like I said, I don't know nothing about his baby mamas and all this shit. But I do want to talk about it, how it involves. It's just how they weaponize the 1-drop rule. This clip is almost done. I'm going to get into the one with Dr. Umar Johnson, because that's kind of the main one. It's just how they weaponize the 1-drop rule to claim mulattoes and multiracials when it benefits them. That's the main reason why I wanted to talk about this. I'm not here to grill Nick Cannon. I don't really care about the guy or his personal life. It's not my business. And I also want to make it clear, Nick Cannon, from all the research and evidence I've seen, he's not anti-mulatto. He's not publicly throwing shade at mulattoes or biracials. So, like, to me, like, I can't say anything bad about him like that. He's not positioning himself to be an enemy to mulattoes. So, like, well, that's unethical for me to get out here and to throw shade at him and clown him and say, oh, I will point out the hypocrisy. How he does serve Bantus, like he said, the darker skin, athletes are the best ones. When we can see today, the evidence is not suggesting that. When all the mulattoes are dominating NBA, NFL, etc. So I want to point that out. Nothing. Yeah, no harsh feelings to Nick Cannon, but we got to use this kind of as a case study.
Darker skinned women, and I don't know if I subconsciously and like, oh, I'm on my pro black shit or whatever, but I'm like,
well, he is a pro whack. I mean, because it's a hustle, and especially in the media, like Tariq Fraud-Sheed, Professor Griff, like they all have their white masses whose butt they kiss, right? Tariq Fraud-Sheed has like a white producer and, his white business partners, and Professor Griff, another guy married to a mulatto. He was all on Alex Jones broadcast, working with Alex Jones. All the pro whacks, they work for their white massa. Yeah. Then they work there in concert, in team with the black supremacists, work with the white supremacists to neutralize mulattoes. And what they're competing with each other for is, okay, they're saying, well, how are we going to get this utilitarian group to identify who are they going to serve, whose team are they going to be on. This is the big dilemma that they have. The black racists like Tariq Nasheed, Dr. Umar, and then you have the white racists who are a lot more discreet. Because the blacks, a lot of the Bantus, they're very arrogant and they're all over social media bragging about how pro-whack they are, but they're begging whites for clean water and clean food and energy, right? So, but they're both competing with each other to see who will have access to the mulatto class. Okay. Let's finish this clip off, get to the next one.
It's a rarity. To me, every girl on Instagram looks alike. So I'm scrolling past all these beige chicks, and when I see a dark skin, I'm like, yo, who is that?
Right, but
he's scrolling past all the beige chicks, but those are most of his partners, right? He's not fooling me. Okay.
But if you look at your own dating,
he's trying to cape for the dark skinned queens because that's you're gonna grow your following like that. Look at, like I said, Angry Biracial. Angry Biracial grew his following exponentially, where now he can sell some fake ass hot sauce and t-shirts and shitty music to these black. He's gonna sell biracial power. He did a song biracial. I'm giving him free press because I went over to his channel the other day just to check, and I was like, he has a song called Biracial Power. Really? Biracial people still listen to that guy? And it's like, well, you're gonna sell that song to mostly black women, and you know. So I think it is this. They can grift off black women, man. Like even the exoticals, they're letting black women. They just put on a wig and put blue contacts in your wear blue contacts, put on a wig. You're an exotical now, right? So that's kind of the whole grift that they're doing. People are doing now. They know black people suffer from low self-esteem, a lot of them, especially because the historical legacy of slavery and the trauma in the United States. So a lot of them, they're going to let them say, hey, you don't have to be black. You can be something else. You can be an exotical. You can be mixed race. You got negative 12% non-black admixture. You're a mixed race, even though you just look like, somebody from an African tribe, but you can lie to us. You can tell us you're mixed. Okay, we'll let you come into our club, but you gotta use our labels, our terminology, and help us with an algorithm. Fuck out of here.
History.
Well, that's not true. That's not true because I got a smorgasbord. I'm a
but the ones that you've been publicly attached to.
Think of Jessica White. Beautiful dark-skinned supermodel, that's one thing because I'm literally attracted to all types of women, and there's several dark-skinned girls that and that Jessica was just one, but I can name several other dark.
I guess the ones that you have children with, though.
The ones I have children with are beige than a motherfucker.
Yeah, and he's not fooling anybody.
Exactly.
He's saying he can name several other dark-skinned chicks. Well, name them for us, homie. Because, and even Vlad pointed out, well, the ones he has kids with, they're all beige. And he's laughing. This guy's a joker. He's not fooling anybody. He's not fooling me. Is he fooling you guys? You tell me.
Therefore, I have beige children.
Right. Beiger.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, man, listen, it's one of those things where it's just in 2018, man.
I think we're getting beyond it. And it goes back in not to get on that cosmic shit again, but we're getting to this henotheism age that we're coming into, the age of Aquarius. That's hopefully 2032, where we're all gonna accept everything. Right now we're in this monotheistic age of Pisces, where there's a hierarchy system.
Okay, he's using this pro-whack kind of horoscope astrology. A lot of the conspiracy theorists in those pro-whack consciousness circles, they push that stuff, right? Talking about the age of Aquarius and all this other, hocus pocus type of stuff. I think even Chrissy, the content creator Chrissy, she's pushing that crap too. I went to one of her live streams the other day with this whole exotical debacle, and she was pushing some horoscope, zodiac, astrology crap to her audience too. I was like, oh my God, these people push this crap, man. They want to use this kind of mythology to cover up for the fact that the cards are stacked against them and they're losing all their allies. Now they see how these mulattoes are going to splinter off, and there's enough of us now. We're self-sustaining. We can basically reproduce with each other. And a lot of us who have confidence and self-respect and principles and integrity, we realize, wait a second, they benefit from us more than we benefit from them. We don't get a good deal. Like, what the hell? I can get some pussy on the side. I can get a couple dark skinned chicks. Like, I've already banged enough dark skinned chicks. Like, it's all good. Like, I have black friends. Yeah, yeah. I'm not racist. I have black friends. Like, what is there? Like, we know there's too many sellouts in that community, in that situation. Like, they will literally sell themselves out for a buck, for a position. Like, there's no real structure. And I'm looking at these mulattoes like, what do you get from the whole ordeal? Don't you want to own your own shit and like have like because what they're doing with Drake, the whole Drake treatment, I bring it back to Drake because it's the macrocosm of what a lot of us experience at the micro level, where it's like that black card that they give you, it could be easily revoked at any time. This is why you have to solidify your own situation and fortify it to where it's like you set up your own parameters, your own rules, your own guidelines. This is, and this is why vocabulary is significantly important. You say, okay, yeah, you're black, you're African American, you're this. Okay, that's fine. I'm mulatto. Okay. The language is critically important because you're going to have people who come up in here like the other guy earlier who's like, oh, well, he's a mulatto griff. I'm like, bro, I don't give a fuck what the fuck he is. He ain't a mulatto. Okay. That's your definition. And I don't know. The guy doesn't have a YouTube channel. Let me go back and see if I can. I was just so appalled when I hear this shit and I'm sitting there. Let me see. He's got some videos on here. He does have a YouTube channel, Black History Special. Americans and Latinos of African heritage, Black history. Yeah, so this is what it is. Hispano and Afro presence in Mexico, the Americas. Yeah, Afro. Yeah, this is what it is. They're basically against the fact that you identify yourself as mulatto because you're embracing the fact that you're just as European as African. You're the fusion. You're the blend. You're the balance. I'm not trying to mix in with whites. I'm not trying to mix in with blacks. I want my own autonomy, and I'm for self-preservation. But what you're going to have is you're going to have people who are black identified, mostly black, like the guy earlier in the chat. They're going to muddy the waters to say we're all the same. Nick Cannon's an Afro Griff. I don't give a damn what the fuck he is. I say that because I'm like, I go to the guy's channel. It's like, oh yeah, I get it. You're probably mostly black. You got some admixture, so they always want to use mulattoes. They look at you guys, and I get insulted. That's why I'm kind of fired up and, irritated by that. That's why I'm taking this time to mention this, where it's like, it's very irritating how they try that with us. They want to play all the mulattoes for suckers and just try to trick us and be like, oh, claim this guy. He's one of yours. This motherfucker ain't one of us. He's publicly saying that the darker blacks are the best athletes. No, the fuck they're not. Gable Steveson won as a gold medalist Olympian. He's the best. He just signed on for the NFL, the Buffalo Bills. We got Steph Curry. We got in the NBA. Patrick Mahomes, mulatto, is the best quarterback in the NFL. And then we got Drake, who's the best MC. Like, no, the Nick Cannon's not one of us. He's not praising the mulatto men to be the best. Period. He's not one of us. And any of these other mulattoes want to be fucking punks and want to put other people, other men above their own. They're not a part of what I'm doing. Period. Okay. And I know, yeah.
System that we all subscribe to, and because of the Roman Catholicism, because your man Constantine had more money than anybody, and he wanted everybody to feel like he was the superior, so everything that looked like him was on top, and everything he worshipped was best. Therefore, that's where we are today.
Yep. Hopefully it'll change, man.
I think it will.
Hopefully it'll change. You can just hope and pray, just like Martin Luther King did back in 1966. You can still hope and pray. Yeah. Good luck.
I mean, conversations like this, people are really
He's going to hope and pray and pray for the worst. But you know what the action he takes is? He's going to dilute himself and have mixed kids and non-black offspring. See, they'll do all the hoping and praying, and like Nick Cannon saying, oh, the blacker athletes, they the best. He's saying that in front of his white Jewish master. And he's going to say in front of his white Jewish master that, that he always praises the dark-skinned women. He's like, oh, when I scroll through Instagram, they all look the same, but I see a dark skinned chick. Ooh, I like her channel. But yet all of his baby mamas, even, DJ Vlad pointed out all of his baby mamas are beige and not dark skin. You guys see the pathology of these type of characters, right? And he's not a Bantu, but he's a Bantu butt kisser. That's why I'm very picky. You gotta be careful because you got not only mulattoes who serve Bantus, but you got these type of guys with like admixture, whatever, African Americans who they embrace black supremacy and they want mulattoes to be subordinates to them, begging for acceptance. So I don't need your acceptance, you know. So yeah, this is I just saw a comment here. Anita Hill. I like the name Anita. When I think of Anita, I think of said this guy is so sick, this is all hate. Really, is it hate? You should go to Tariq Nasheed's page. You ever been to Tariq Nasheed's page? It's a hate page. But why my page? Really? My page? It's not a hate page. This is I like your name, Anita, because one of my favorite artists is Anita Baker. You know who Anita Baker is, right? Kind of before my time in the 80s. But I love Anita Baker. I love her music, her songs. She has probably the best voice, I would say, behind Sade. Sade is my favorite female vocalist. I think Sade has the best voice. But after Sade, I would say Anita Baker is probably the best female vocalist. I love her. Her voice is so soothing and powerful. So you got a good name, Anita Hall. It's not all hate. We're calling a spade, okay? Deal with it.
Oh, fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts. Cut that bitch off.
Yeah, that's all. And yeah, let's get back to the what we got going on here. Fair use.
Understanding that, we have more similarities than we have dislikes.
Yeah.
As humans, we are more alike than
we're more alike. But you see how he's publicly, like I said, he'll publicly say the darker and blacker they are, the better they are. You guys see how nonchalantly he pushes this black supremacy shit, this pro dark skin, pro Bantu shit. Like, but no one's gonna check him and question him on that. Well, wait a second. You're trying to sit here and say we're all mostly alike. We're all humans. Race is a social construct. We're all the same. Okay, yeah, I get it. But why the fuck are you praising the darker skinned people above everybody else? Why are you saying they're better and they're stronger and better athletes? You notice that? No, nobody's checking him on that. We're sitting there, wait a second, clearly he has a bias. It's funny because people want to talk about your boy saying, you have a bias, Mulatto Vanguard, you got a bias. Right? Go, wait a second. Your boy Nick Cannon has a bias. He'll praise the dark-skinned men, okay, because he's a pro-whack, and then he'll basically have bastard kids with mixed women. His preference are non-black women. Fuck out of here. We see the game. We're calling it out. It's not hate, Anita. And the help, yeah, okay, that's fine. That's what you people usually always say, get help. You people need more help than anybody else on the planet. Let's be real, okay? You people need all the help you can get. That's why you're so invested in what mulattoes are doing. Because you want us to help you to get you closer to your white massa, okay? You got to pay. There's a fee now. You got the Cash App on the screen. You can pay, okay? Nothing's free anymore. Not over here.
Or not. And it's gonna take the aliens to come down and show that shit to us. But like that, we get like when you think about the things that we bicker over,
yeah,
like the color of my skin because of where I grew, like that's stupid shit.
The thing is, his solution to deal with that is by diluting himself out. We've already mentioned that, like with the whole, we bicker about the color of our skin and we bicker about things, him as a pro-whack, pro-dark-skinned man, right? His solution with the whole bickering and fighting about the color of her skin is to dilute himself. So he wants to get a Latina woman. He wants to get a mixed race woman. He wants to get a non-black woman to have non-black offspring mixed off. That's his solution. They want to bastardize other races and mix with other races to basically solve the whole kind of racial problem per se. That's literally their solution, is to erase and dilute themselves. But then they'll sit there and spread conspiracies about mulattoes, saying mulattoes want to erase black people. Like you have these YouTubers who say that crap. It's black erasure. The mulattoes are trying to replace black people. And then you got guys like Nick Cannon, who's a pro dark skin, who's literally sitting here having all these kids with all these different non-black women creating mixed kids. And I'm sitting there like, why don't you guys blame your boy Nick Cannon? They're never going to do that, because the Bantus, the men and women, Chrissy and Kwame Brown, they're all on code against the mulatto. So you guys, you motherfuckers ain't fooling me. You're not fooling me. A lot of these mulattoes are cowards and punks. I get it. You're not fooling me, though. Go to their channels and play with them. Don't play with me.
Stupid.
When you think about, we're the same. We have so many similarities,
Right.
but
we're the same species.
Yeah, shout out to the cat who shared that with me. Dude's up in the chat. Appreciate that. He shared that with me. That was a good one. It did take me a minute to go through it, but I got a lot of you guys over here. Surprised you guys want to listen to what I got to say, maybe to kind of collect some data. I don't know what data. You want to get this clip, you want to clip it and say, look at him, he's the bad guy, don't listen to him. Really? You go over to Angry Biracial, that guy, and that guy's growing and growing. I like I said, I don't like the guy Angry Biracial, but I laugh. It's like that guy is his track record and like his past is pretty fucking messy, but yet it doesn't seem to halt his. See, the thing is, if he was catering to, I feel like, a civilized audience, then it would really kind of it would tarnish his brand. But look at who he's catering to. Look at his audience. And then they still support him, even though he's been thoroughly exposed. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. Even a guy like me, I laugh at you savages, because I already know, like, I could easily rebrand today. You could thoroughly expose me and all this. I'm such a bad guy. And the next day I could do some pro-black shit, and in some entertainment, all you people would subscribe. My channel would blow up and get all the supporters and subscribers. I know you people. And this is why you guys don't like me. You can come up in here and talk about, oh, you need to get help and get therapy. I'm just calling a spade, baby. That's all it is. You people have had the microphone for years, talking crap about mulattoes, saying we're trying to erase you, we're trying to replace you, and we're duplicitous. We work with the white man. You guys have been spreading all this hate on mulattoes for years. Now we're challenging your black ass, and you have an issue with it? Tough. Okay. Too bad. You don't like the vulgarity and my tonality. Too bad. Listen to you people push your black supremacy shit for years, and I just sat back in the comments listening to you people. After a while, I was like, you know what? Enough's enough. There's enough mulattoes. I see them out here. Look, eventually, it's inevitable. You're gonna make a martyr of me. There's too many now. These people are gonna jump up now. Okay, if they deplatform me, someone else is gonna come up here, take the mantle. They're gonna keep pushing forward. This is where we're at now. So shout out to DC. DC actually shared this next clip I'm going to share. She shared this with me. So let's get into this right now. Was to say interracial dating featuring Dr. Umar Johnson. I'm going to share this clip in the description box, right? But I'm not going to play this whole clip. I'm only going to play like the last kind of 5 minutes of it. But because they're going to talk about Mariah Carey. Instead of cancel culture, it's council culture. That's super clever. Instead of cancel culture. 2 months ago. Let's check it out.
Watching which
2 months ago, meaning that's when this interview clip was uploaded.
She was assimilating to the idea of what society shows us.
Right.
You know what I mean? As we sit back and talk about where you say you had posters of Mariah on the wall.
I had posters of Mariah.
Mariah and
one
Halle.
of the things I respected about Mariah.
He said he had a poster of Mariah on the wall, and he said Halle, thinking Halle Berry. So this Pookie, chasing the conscious stripper, this dude from Philly, Dr. Umar, okay, pro whack, Prince of Popeye's Chicken, had a poster of mixed women on his wall. Of course he did. Of course he did.
Yeah.
He's a pro whack. I mean, if you guys don't know, you guys are gonna learn. You listen to me. And people will say, you're not balanced. I don't give a fuck if I'm balanced or not. Kiss my ass. Go stay on your crusty channel with your celebrity gossip and hoe shit. And just go stay over there. You don't have to come over here. Same for you.
I don't know her whole history.
Yeah.
But one of the things I did respect about Mariah, because what happened is when rest in peace, Whitney Houston kind of receded.
Yeah.
Because I was Whitney.
Yeah, yeah.
And Mariah was the closest thing to her.
Yeah,
So I went from Whitney to Mariah. But one of the things I respected about
both of these guys are entertainers. Is what you have to understand. Both of these guys are fucking frauds. They have cameras in their faces all day. They're both content creators. We use that term loosely because I am technically a content creator per se. But Dr. Umar has like a hip hop manager. And what Nick Cannon's been, plugged into that entertainment industry since he was like a teenager, right? With Nickelodeon. These are both entertainers, guys. I mean, what the hell? What is Nick Cannon known for? Is he a PhD in psychology? Is Nick Cannon a astrophysicist? He's a fucking media personality. He's an entertainer. Just like Dr. Umar. He's a grifter, pro-whack grifter. I guess he has a psychology background. But it's like, you guys got to realize both of these characters are media personalities grifters. Like, they're selling a product to the public. And it's this pro-whack stuff. Like, look. Yeah. This is what it is, guys.
About Sister Mariah, especially in this atmosphere where so many mixed race African children would rather be called biracial than black.
Yeah.
This is 2 months ago. Look at how confused he looks. Look at his face. He said in this culture, he said Sister Mariah. She's a sister, right? And she's more white than black. And he says so many mixed race Africans, that's how they weaponize the one drop rule. Mixed race Africans rather be called biracial and black because we're just as much non-black as we are black. Even I'm speaking for the Blasians now too, because a lot of Blasians, they know what's up. They're just as much Asian or just as much non-black as they are black. Why the hell would they identify with this black supremacist? Dr. Umar, remember guys, he's a public, proud black supremacist. Just like what I just shared with you guys, publicly, Nick Cannon publicly said in front of his white Jewish master, DJ Vlad, he said that, if the darker, the blacker they are, the better the athletes. So these are both basically pro-blacks. Like, these are not your people. Like, and his Nick Cannon's solution to cure the kind of race problem is to dilute himself, have mixed race offspring, right? Impregnate women who are not black to have lighter skin, mixed kids, right? That's his solution. And a lot of them think that way. That's their pathology. We're all well aware of that, right? And same thing with Tariq, right? That's the reason why Tariq got a mulatto wife. Same situation. And with Dr. Umar sitting here trying to push this confusion, talking about, these mixed race Africans rather be biracial than African. We're not African. We don't look the same. We don't have the same facial structure. Our bone structure is not the same. Our culture is not the same. Our heritage, we're not the same. And I've met Dr. Umar. Okay. I've met Dr. Umar. I've met him physically. Publicly, I met the guy back in like 2016. We're not the same. We're not the same. We don't look the same. We're not the same. Culture, heritage, phenotype, we're not the same people. So they keep trying to weaponize the one drop rule because they have no more allies out here. They don't have, and even with this whole ADOS FBA shit going on, even like they're becoming more tribalistic. They don't have any more allies, and they're mad because a lot of them get with women who are not black and they have kids, and the kids don't even identify with them. They're like, look, we're not the same. But see, they think it's normal for a biracial to not identify with their white parent, but then they think it's normal for the biracial to identify with their black parent. When you have a lot of biracials who are even the ones who follow my social media, we're like, look, we're our own thing. We can just identify with each other. And if we procreate with each other, deal with each other, we could be self-sustaining. Very simple, feasible solution.
Mariah told the world, I'm black.
Yeah.
You understand me?
Facts.
Because if she
Did Mariah tell the world she's black?
didn't, that poster would have never been up.
He said, oh, if Mariah didn't tell the world she is black, the poster would never been up. He's a lying sack of shit.
The atmosphere with so many mixed race African children would rather be called biracial than black.
Yeah.
Mariah told the world, I'm black.
Yeah.
You understand me?
Facts.
Because if she didn't, that poster would have never been up.
He's a lying sack of shit. Mariah Carey, from my understanding, has always been publicly firm in her belief and her affirmation and stance to be proud to be mixed race. And I'm going to share actually a video of that right now because I want to stop there for that. But I want to share this quote. I made, or I didn't, I generated this quote, I should say, at the beginning when I had that Mariah collab with Bone Thugs, right? Breakdown. That's my favorite, like, Mariah track. Just the harmonic, the harmony is on fleek with that one. Shout out to Mariah. Says, I've always thought it should be okay to say I'm mixed. It should be okay to say that, but people want you to choose. See, she affirms she's multiracial. I mean, she honors her mom, her mother, and her father's mixed himself. Her father's not even a black Bantu. He's mixed, like Afro and Venezuelan. But, Dr. Umar, lying ass grifter, is sitting there saying, oh, Mariah has always been black. This is not a black woman. Look at her, guys. Nobody in Africa would literally call her black. Nobody in Europe, and in America, she would have to tell people she's part black. Nobody in America, United States, would even say she's black. Like, look at her hair texture, her skin complexion, her facial symmetry. This is why her audience is so broad. She has a large audience because a lot of Latinas love her. I've dealt with so many Latina women who are big Mariah Carey fans because they identify with her. Like, she's very palatable. She can draw a large audience. A lot of people like love Mariah Carey, especially Latinas. So Dr. Umar is a lying ass grifter. She's like, I always thought it should be okay to say I'm mixed. You see, and Dr. Umar's like, oh, if she would have never said she was black, I wouldn't have had a poster on the wall. He's a lying. He wants to trick you. You mixed people, man. But I look at it, it's like, well, they need you more than you need them. What the hell can Umar offer any mulatto in America? Nothing. A crusty ass butter biscuit with a barbecued stained black card that he's given to everybody else, right? They offer you nothing. It's laughable in today's world, 2024. So this is Mariah affirming that she's proud to be mixed. And let me share this clip before I go back into Dr. Umar's foolishness, right? And this is 1999. Mariah Carey on being biracial, 1999. I think it's like a British, black British kind of broadcast, because based off the guy's accent. 1999, guys, 25 years ago. That interview that Nick Cannon with Dr. Umar, the Prince of Papa John's Pizza, that was 2 months ago. So Umar's lying. He's lying. Mariah Carey is always, look at her. She's honest with herself. She looks in the mirror affirming they don't even look like the same fucking race because they're not. He's black, monoracial. She's multiracial. You can look at them standing, sitting down side by side. They're not the same race, guys. He's bald, but if he grew his hair, it would be kind of the kinky afro textured hair. She has a full head of hair and it's straight. I don't know the number, what 2C or I don't know. It's a female stuff, right? But her hair texture is that of non-African women, because basically every other woman on the planet has this type of hair texture, except for black women. That's why the hair is a big deal in the black community, because they know they're basically the opposite of all the other racial groups of women. It's only African women that have their kind of unique texture of hair. Listen to this, guys. Mariah Carey on being biracial. 1999. She's saying, oh, and they're mixed race. And I'm mixed race. See, mixed race and I'm mixed race. and I didn't realize. So 25 years ago, publicly, and this is based off the guy's accent, this is in the UK, she's publicly telling you that she identifies as mixed race. She's never hid from this. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I look at all this information, I'm like doing minimal research because there's a lot of people I want to kind of, research and share their stories. Mariah Carey is just one central. It's good I do the Mariah stuff because it brings in kind of a lot of ladies, and a lot of women are fans of Mariah. So for me, if I promote her and I get, it's good, I guess, he'll definitely attract a lot of them. A little free game for you guys, but let's continue on. She said she was insecure, not angry, because she didn't look like her friends. He said, well, what are your friends? They were either black or white. But she's somewhere in the middle. See, these multiracial people like her, or these mulattoes, they need something that caters to them. They need something that advocates for them, that uplifts them, uplifts their phenotype, makes them feel affirmed, makes them feel wanted and praised. They need something for them. Now, for Mariah, when she was younger, they didn't have that really necessarily. You talk to her and you have testimony from even the men will say the same thing. They didn't have anything for that for them. But now we do have this. I'm a millennial guy, and these younger people, trust me, now we have this. They don't have a choice. They know what time it is. They see what they're doing with Drake, how the culture is trying to destroy Drake, this biracial man. And people realize that this is where we're at. You don't have a choice. You have to mix culture. You see how this is 25 years ago. She's been publicly saying this, that she's mixed race, my mixed culture, right? And she's saying this in front of a black man on public television. So I'm telling you, so Dr. Umar is a straight out fucking liar, where he's saying, oh, Mariah Carey has always just been proud to be black. See, a lot of these people like Dr. Umar, they live vicariously through mixed people because they hate themselves so much. That's why they go so hard in the paint with the Pan-Africanism, dashikis and kufis and all this crap. Like, they hate themselves so much. They want to convince the whole world how proud they are. But they want to use mulattoes and live vicariously through us. They want us to represent blackness because what they ultimately want is white approval and white validation. But they want to use people like Mariah Carey, that's at the macro level, and then even a guy like me at the micro level, and others, a lot of you people listen to me, they want to use you to get closer to their white massa. Like, even I did a video on Chrissy, right? And some of the comments that I saw in the one of her videos about Exoticals United, and there was a black woman who was talking cash shit about biracial people in general. Like I said, they just use Exoticals United just as a basically poster child, but they really hate all you biracials, right? They don't care if it's Exoticals or whoever. They just don't like biracials. They're jealous of you. And this one black lady was talking about how she has a friend who's biracial, right? That has a black mom and a white dad, but she can almost pass for white. And she's calling them cry racials and lie racials. I'm like, this ain't a friend. Like, a lot of these biracials just don't get it. They think a lot of these people are their friends, where it's like they want to use your ass to get closer to white people. Where this commenter on Chrissy's video was talking about, oh, she could pass for white and she's a friend of mine. I'm sitting there like, this is usury. But I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy because I call the spade a spade. Okay, well, so be it. You guys hear that? I'm going to play that again, actually, because that was very profound. And I'm going to make that a quote before someone else tries to steal it from me, because I got a lot of copycats and doppelgangers and posers out here trying to steal everything I do. She said if she's done anything, she wants to make mixed race people, mixed race kids proud to be mixed race. So Dr. Umar is a lying fraud. Listen to this.
Anything, if I my career, forget breaking records, forget anything.
She said anything in her career, forget breaking records. Anything. It's not about breaking records. It's she wants to make sure that mixed race kids have a role model. Because she's saying, because they write her, they send her letters. You guys see that? You guys see that? We have our representation. But the pro-black Afrocentrics, the black racists like Dr. Umar, want to steal our representation from us, and they want to give it to pro-blacks. Nope.
And I didn't have that when I was growing up, so I feel good
You see that? She said she didn't have that when she was growing up.
about that.
So a lot of you guys, you should be fortunate now that you have people who speak for you. I get a lot of hate. Like I said, it's because it's very new to a lot of people. I'm shattering their psyche. I'm basically re-hardwiring their mental circuitry. They've been positioned and in their environment, socialized and enculturated to serve the dark-skinned Bantus, to beg for their acceptance. So they see a guy like me who's like, look, this is a channel. This is social media for promote mulattoes, give us a voice, a space, validate us. And a lot of mulattoes are very uncomfortable with me in my position. They're like, he's hardcore, he's radical, right? But we have our representation now. And like I said, respect to Mariah for that. But I wanted to share that clip to point out the hypocrisy with the Prince of Popeye's chicken, Dr. Umar Johnson, how he's lying to all you people, talking about Mariah Carey has always just been black identified. If she wasn't, I wouldn't have had a poster on the wall of her. Liar.
But that takes me to another question for you.
Yeah.
As you navigate that terrain with your children,
Yeah.
will Nick Cannon be unapologetic about letting them know they're black?
100%.
He's like, 100%. Yeah, I'm going to let them know they're black. Let me go back to Nick Cannon, because you look at his daughter with his kids are not black, right? All his kids are, most of them are all mixed race, especially the ones we'll reference with Mariah. I think, yeah. We're already 2 hours deep into this, right? I don't know, he has a monkey in the background. Nick Cannon, and these are his daughters here, a couple of his daughters. He has like 12 kids, right? Let's see what else we got here. Let's see what else. There's Mariah Carey, him and Mariah. Look at his kids. His children look more in Mariah's image than him. Just right here. Look at this. Look at the child here. More in Mariah's image than him. Who is he fooling? And the child here as well. So he's going to, and Dr. Umar, who's a Bantu, okay, black supremacist, Dr. Umar is going to be like, you're going to teach your children and remind them they're black. Remember, they want to use these mulattoes for their political agenda. This is 2018, by the way. So that's 6 years ago. So about the same time he had that, or actually that Umar interview was 2 months ago. The interview that I shared earlier with DJ Vlad, that was 6 years ago. So 2018. Yeah. But the one I'm actually sharing right now with Dr. Umar is 2 months ago. So it's actually fairly recent. We got another image right here. Let me share this before I kind of continue on. You guys get the gist of it. You guys can look up yourself. Look at this kid here and his daughter right here. These are clearly mixed. That they're more non-black than black. Come on, guys. I mean, am I the only one? Like, I know they love the one drop rule, but like I said earlier in the stream, like they're going to be in an affluent, wealthy school, probably private school, where it's not going to be majority black. So they're not going to be bullied by blacks. Like, so they're going to have a pretty, a privilege, if I can say that, experience, where a lot of these biracials, you talk to them, they grew up around blacks, they were picked on and bullied by blacks, to forced to identify with them and kiss their butt, right? And to fight other mulattoes who are not black identified. So with them, they're going to be well off because they're not going to grow up around, the perpetual victim class in the kind of lower echelon realms of society. Hey, shout out to you. We got a South African colored in the house. I appreciate you being here. Much respect to you. Your presence is definitely much needed. Yeah, Umar is a massive fraud. Yeah. Yeah, he's a hardcore black supremacist, and he wants to one drop everybody who's basically like you, or you're colored, you have your own identity, you're recognized by your government as being your own specific ethnic group. But someone like Dr. Umar, even today in America, what he's upset about is I'm a mulatto guy, and you have other people who are multiracial, who have different kind of mixture configurations, whether they're like black and Asian, or black and Indian, or something like that, black and Latino, or Hispanic, Blaxican, etc. Where the governments in our we have, it's kind of complicated because it's a big country. We have state laws, our state governments, whatever state we're located in. And then we have a federal kind of government, right? So across the board, job applications and state government applications for driver's license, and even the state or the federal like census data, when we fill out applications, a lot of times the paperwork, they're allowing us to check multiracial. You could check biracial or two or more races, or you can just put the box in and fill in what you identify as. So the governments now are giving us our rights, our basically our rights to self-identify how we see fit. They're not forcing us to just check black. And once there was a time in this country where prior they were literally trying to force us to just check black, right? And that's not happening today. Like all over the place, we have this multiracial kind of consciousness, so to speak. I like mulatto. I say mulatto because it's extra specific for those of us who are European African. But what Dr. Umar is afraid of is that these people, a lot of my audience, the people I kind of speak for, that we're embracing who we are fully, and we're not going to kowtow to the one drop rule that's being weaponized against us to neutralize us, to be subordinates to another group of people. So I see a lot of what we're doing, basically, and yeah, what we're doing, I sympathize with what a lot of colored people are experiencing as well, for sure. And yeah, let me continue on, share this clip. I'm 2 hours deep into this. I'm gonna drop the link in like 5 minutes or so. Let me just kind of play some of this.
That's it.
Okay.
That's easy.
Or will you get pushback from their mothers?
Nah, they're black. They know, again, because of the society.
Okay.
My children are black, and
Right.
that's.
And I just shared the picture with you guys, right? You know damn well his kids don't look black. And like I said, because they're rich and affluent, they have millionaire parents. Nick Cannon, multimillionaire. Mariah Carey, multimillionaire. They're not going to go to school with the lower class blacks in America. So they're not going to be bullied and picked on by these blacks telling them, you ain't black like me, and all this crap, right? Like a lot of you mulattoes who grew up with them did. So they're going to kind of be sheltered from Blackistan. They're going to go to their gated communities, private schools, you know? So they're not going to deal with that stigma. They're going to be around mostly like white or non-black people in their schools and their upbringing. So they'll kind of be the exotic, kind of black, you know, mixed people. They got curly hair, right? But once they become adults, they'll be adults by that point, and they're already going to be fixed into whatever business they have. So they're going to be good, you know?
Even that, because to me, that conversation.
But are they mothers on board?
But no, but that's that conversation about generational wealth that we got to throw out the window, because everybody says, oh, you know, if you go date outside your race, then where's the general wealth conversation?
Okay.
Once they have me as the father, as whether it's the law or whether it's the one drop rule or whether in America, yes, you are black.
See, you see how they're still enforcing the one drop rule? This was 2 months ago. This was 2 months ago, guys. This interview was conducted. Interracial dating featuring Dr. Umar. I'm only playing the latter part, the end of the clip. I'm not going to play the whole thing. Shout out to DC. She shared this with me and said, hey, check this out. But they're trying to enforce the one drop rule. These are the only people, these Afrocentric African Americans, who are literally enforcing the one drop rule. The one drop rule was outlawed in 1967 with the passing of Loving v. Virginia. But you see how they still try to psychologically push this one drop rule. Nobody out here looks at me like I'm a black in this society. They know, oh, you're mixed with black. And a lot of people think, oh, that's a problem for sure. But nobody, they know the difference when there's a picture out here, you know, people already went into my Facebook and all this crap, LinkedIn. They saw a picture of me and Dr. Umar. I didn't have that on my LinkedIn, you know, but my LinkedIn wasn't even updated that much. But on my Facebook, I had a picture of me and Dr. Umar, and it was up there. And it's like, so like I met the guy, Dr. Umar, in 2016. You look at both of us standing next to each other. We don't look the same. And everybody out here in society knows we're not the same people. But these are the only ones who are really pushing this one drop rule. I don't see white people doing it. I don't see Hispanic or any other racial demographic in America pushing this one drop rule. They're pushing it the most because they need us to be their subordinates. They need us for numerical advantage. Because in this highly competitive capitalistic society, it's ultra competitive. And it's a social democracy. The majority rules, minority loses. They're in the minority. And they've already been, passed over by the Latino population that's still growing. See, the Latino population, their numbers are still growing. They're trying to change that with, Trump administration and all this stuff, deportations, etc. But the African American population is not growing to the same degree as these other demographics. The multiracial population is growing. So their strategy, he's a Pan-Africanist, pro-black, black supremacist. Their strategy is to hoodwink multiracials and mulattoes to be on their team, to use us as a numerical advantage. And Nick Cannon, see, this is what they're doing. These are, they're enforcing the one drop rule. Nobody else is enforcing it, unlike them. It's all in their heads, though. It's all in their mind. It's not legally basically upheld. It was ruled unconstitutional in 1967. Anybody who's mixed in America can check mixed. If a colored person migrates to America, the colored person can just check mixed or check multiracial. They don't have to check black. I know what's his name? Trevor Noah, and he's not colored. He's biracial from South Africa. But Trevor Noah, I remember he said a quote before. He said something where he was happy when he came to America because he could be considered black. He said he was joking about it too, because he thought about how the one drop rule is not legally enforced, but there's people socially who will still uphold it. But what I'm telling you is, as a mulatto, I've traveled this whole country. Most of the people who uphold this one drop rule are these type of afrocentric pro-blacks because they want to use us for their benefit. Let me continue on. Fair use.
That's true. But do their mothers support?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they have no problem with you letting them know you're black. Okay. Okay. Because sometimes.
No, they want to be called mixed or I'm just much as this as that.
Sometimes the non-African mother of the mixed race African children are not comfortable with. In fact, I had a debate. It was respectful with a white woman at one of my lectures in Tallahassee or Tampa.
Right.
And we debated because she says, I do not want my daughter who has a black father. I do not want her identifying as black.
And that's a good mom. That is a good mom. Shout out to that white woman who's checking this pro-whack grifter. This white woman who has a black, who had a black partner, and they had a mixed biracial mulatto child, told this grifter he doesn't want her daughter identifying as black. Yeah, she's being 100% honest. It makes no sense. You have a white mom, and how the hell are you going to identify with a guy like this? Some scam artist. I don't understand. Like, it's not complicated to figure out, guys. But he, is going to use his psychology training that he received from his white massa to try to convince this white woman that their mulatto child is in fact black. Fail.
On her identifying as mixed race. And you know what I had to explain to her?
What did you explain?
Because you are racist. You cannot admit that a black child came from your womb. And because
you guys see how they changed the rules, right? Where he's going to say, oh, a black child came from a womb. No, it's a white womb, a white vagina. A mixed child came from a white vagina. Right. But see, they're going to use this kind of, black patriarchy, this the seed of your father, Hebrew Israelite type of foolishness, right? This is the black males push this crap. You the seed of your father, right? He's going to push that. But then you have the other angle. You have people who talk about the Eve gene and the black woman. Oh, the biracials with the black moms. They're more in tune with the black culture. So these people play these games with you guys, man. They play these games with you guys, and I don't buy into any of this shit. Any of these people, the black men, the black women. I don't know. No. If you have a non-black parent, you're mixed. Sorry to burst your bubble. And a lot of you people, you know it. You're going to listen to me, tune in to me. Okay. A lot of you people don't like my delivery. Well, you'll get over it.
Because of your own core beliefs about African inferiority, you would rather raise your child with a lie that she's mixed race.
You see how he's such a black racist that he's going to try to tell this white woman she's racist, right? And he's a black racist. Look at how he's saying he's trying to deny the fact that a mixed child is mixed. He's going to basically say, well, black is dominant. It doesn't matter if you have a black vagina, or excuse me, it doesn't matter if you have a white vagina, you're white. It doesn't matter. You have a black child. You see how he's literally trying to invalidate you being mixed when Mariah Carey is a proud mixed woman. He had a poster of her on the wall. Gonna hurt his feelings, huh? You guys see this shit? Do I got to replay it, rewind it, where he's literally invalidating you, saying, oh, you're going to lie to that child and tell them. He wants to get you people confused. I'm telling you, it's them. It's the former slaves. They're the ones who are confused, who have had their identity stripped from them. They're confused and they want to spread their confusion to the biracial people. And a lot of biracials, hey, most of my detractors, they fall for it. Hook, line, and sinker, right? That's the sad part. He's going to sit there and invalidate the mixed person and say, there's no such thing as mixed. You're still just a black. Really? Well, then why doesn't he just shut his ass up and just do what he's told then? If, why does he always cry about Steph Curry and he cries about all these mixed people? Okay. Because we don't look the same. We're not the same. Not the same culture. Not the same heritage. We're not the same.
Her identifying as black. I want her identifying as mixed race. And you know what I had to explain to her?
What did you explain?
Because you are racist. You cannot admit that a black child came from your womb. And because of your own core beliefs about African inferiority, you would rather raise your child with a lie that she's mixed race than raise her with the truth.
How is that a lie if she's mixed race? You have a white mom, black dad, you're mixed race. And vice versa. Black mom, white dad, you're mixed race. But according to this black racist, Dr. Umar, that's a lie. And there's a reason why they had him on a review board to get his license revoked. Because he's publicly saying this crap. Like, we got to start challenging these people. Because they want to dox you and expose you. We got to start challenging. We got to get their fucking licenses revoked. We got to start putting their information out there. Hey, wait a second. We got to pull the plug. We got to get the white Americans to realize, hey, you got these black racists, these black supremacists, black nationalists who are literally trying to weaponize and use mixed people against white America. We got to put them in check, get their licenses revoked, spreading this shit. It makes sense why they took him to a review to get his license basically up to question. I know they kind of did that with the guy up there in Canada. What's his name? The psychologist guy. I forgot his name, but a lot of the Canadians give him praise. He's a guy. He's always crying all the damn time. I forgot the guy's name, but he's like their favorite little Canadian wimp. He's always crying. Whatever. You guys know who he is. Fuck. What the hell's his name? He's a psychologist. Whatever.
Proof that she is black. You're forcing her to live a confused life because you don't want to bear your shame.
Why?
And guess what?
What?
She peacefully bowed out after
She had
that.
to, but this is my only question to that is, why can't you be both? And I only say that because at the core, the foundation, you're black.
Absolutely.
The core, the foundation, you's a black, but why can't you be both? And Dr. Umar is going to agree with them. Absolutely. With his hip hop manager. Yeah, right.
There's no other question.
And the reason you can't be both, you still have a white parent.
Right.
You never, and I tell mixed race children this, you don't ever disrespect your mother. That is your mother. You tell the world, I don't care if you're black, white, purple. She brought you here. That's mom.
Yeah, yeah.
You understand? But racially, spiritually, genetically.
Spiritually and genetically. Spiritually. and he's saying the black gene is dominant. Now, I will say, because I did do in the year return 2019, I did go to Ghana, and there was a trail we did there. So spiritually, yeah, I'm partially I'm African, partially African, right? At least 50% through my father's lineage, my heritage, and that's mine. I don't play this whole indigenous aboriginal shit like these, conquered slaves want to do, pretend that they're something they're not. I know that my heritage comes from West Africa. And so like I'm saying is I went over to they had a location, a site where we were the group I was with, we were walking barefoot, and the tour guide was telling us, oh, this is the place where they had slaves walked here on this trail. It's called the Trail of No Return, something of that, the Door of No Return, or something along those lines. They have that at the kind of shore in Elmina, but they have another location. It's like a slave river, they call it. But what I'm saying is I went on that location and I kind of felt it. I felt it. Like, he's talking about the spiritual part, because that's part of who I am. That's part of me being in touch and tune with who I am. And yeah, I was crying that day for sure. I was definitely like very saddened and heartbroken. I was devastated and crushed, just based off the history and, being in the moment. It was very therapeutic for me. That was like the last time I cried. That was like 5 years ago. I went there 2019 that I can recall last time I cried, but it was very therapeutic. And yeah, there was a spiritual connection for sure, being in touch like with the ancestors, so to speak, at least half of me, right? But it was still therapeutic for me to know who I am, right? So I do acknowledge that. But then again, remember, Dr. Umar, he doesn't respect your guys' autonomy. He wants to use you mulattoes for his benefit. So he's going to talk about genetics and politically. Politically, everybody sees me as mixed. And they know a lot of these mixed people, they're not galvanized around an identity, around a culture. We have a flag, we have a banner, a symbol we can galvanize around. But a lot of these mulattoes are punks, they're serving blacks. So, and the rest of society kind of knows that. They see what's going on with Drake and Kendrick, and they know that a lot of these blacks are hostile towards mulattoes. So a lot of the society, they don't respect you in this country because you guys are not taking the necessary steps to petition the government and solidify yourself as a legitimate demographic in this nation. That's on you. I'm one guy with a microphone, a nasty attitude, some balls, an internet connection. I'm doing everything I can. I mean, the effort I'm putting into it, shit. Let me continue on, fair use.
Anatomically,
society,
you are African because we are the dominant DNA.
Right.
And we are.
See, I already knew that this was the argument they're going to push. They're always going to push about, oh, you genetically, oh, you African, we dominant. That's all they have, right? And then you find these mulattoes who are half white who are conquering them on the sports field, right? Patrick Mahomes and, basketball, NBA, right? But I already know they're always going to push that whole dominant gene bullshit, right? That's all they have, really, right?
Are the birthers of the other group. So when you say I'm half of something that came from your blackness,
right,
it doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But a lot of our mixed race children are so confused, brother.
He's saying a lot of our mixed race are, like, he's trying to add this kind of ownership element. He's saying a lot of our mixed race children are so confused. Like I said, nobody's more confused than these former slaves. Dr. Umar, that's his lineage, right? And Nick Cannon's just kind of going with the flow because he's agreeing with them, interviewing him. So like I said, I'm not going to diss Nick Cannon like that. And the reason why, like I said earlier, because I don't know Nick Cannon like that. I've never heard him say any kind of anti-mulatto shit. But Dr. Umar is a black supremacist. He wants to use mulattoes for his political agenda, which is pro-black, black nationalism. And they push the same conspiracy theories of the Chancellor Williams and the mulattoes are erasing blacks and all this crap. So Dr. Umar has already positioned himself to be an enemy to mulattoes. And unfortunately, you still have a lot of mulattoes going to kiss his butt, but a lot of them are waking up, which is a beautiful thing to see. So that's why I'm going to, basically correct Umar and not really Nick Cannon, because I can tell by his kind of agreeing and affirmations. He's just kind of interviewing him, doing what an interviewer does, but it's all for political reasons. And then Dr. Umar says about confusion. Nobody's more confused than him. I mean, this is a guy that has multiple kids, multiple women. His own dad doesn't even like his ass, right? Because his dad's lighter skinned than him with green eyes. He's jealous of his own daddy. And yeah, it's them who are confused. They want to spread their confusion. They want to trick you and hoodwink you to think you're black. And if you don't identify with them, they're going to sit there and say you're confused. I'll be confused. That's cool. I'm just not a black like you. And see what they're mad. Now they look at you as a problem. Like, oh, now we're going to have to compete on a battlefield. Well, so be it. This is where we're at today. And these other groups, they've basically burned the bridges. They're not your allies, the Latinos and Asians. So what the hell? Who you left with? Like, nobody's been their biggest ally than the mulattoes. So they're going to burn that bridge. Now what? I mean, I don't know how else to put it plainly, but it's like they're not in a position to really gamble with us, or all they can do is basically promote savagery and try to punk you to identify with them. They have nothing else to bargain with. They're not going to hire you, give you money, give you jobs or any, like, they offer you nothing. That's why I'm sitting here saying this, where it's like you have nothing to basically bargain and petition with us. It's kind of laughable and very sad at this point, where it's like you're the only one confused here. I'll be confused, okay? I guess if you say I'm confused because I don't identify with you, that's fine. I'm confused, but I'm not you. Okay, I'm not like you.
Nick, because they have the non-African parent trying to hypnotize them into believing the world is going to see them as biracial. When your children walk down the street, and I know you know this, so I'm not teaching you nothing. When your children walk down the street, nobody says there goes a half black child. There goes a black child.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter how fair
you get pulled over from the police.
Absolutely.
Remember, I tell you guys that's a Blackistan gaslighting tactic #1. When the police pulled you over, they finna feed you with the black. You just look like a black. That's all they have is these scare tactics. Their white massa is gonna pull you over and see you. No, I had a white cop. Excuse me. I remember when I was a teenager, like 17, smoking herb in the park in California, and this is before it was kind of legal, right, in California. And got pulled. I wasn't pulled over by the cop. I was hanging out at the park. I was hanging out at the park. The cop pulled up to us, to the group I was with, all white guys, and the cops were white. And then they made me kind of crush the weed and crap. And then the cop even asked me, well, wait a second, aren't you kind of part black or something like that? Like, why are you hanging out with these guys? Seem radical or something like that, right? So it's like they don't say that to people who they think is just a black. Right. That's what I always, and I remember I got a speeding ticket once, and the cop who he checked Hispanic on my speeding ticket, and I contested the ticket and actually won the case, trial by declaration. So I got out of that speeding ticket. But the guy on the form, he didn't even put, like, for the race part, he put H for Hispanic. He didn't know what the hell I was. He didn't ask me. He just filled it in him. He just looked at me, just, well, brown skin, whatever. He doesn't look like a Negro. Look at his nose and lips. He ain't one of them, So he put Hispanic, and it's kind of funny, but they always push this crap with this whole, the cops pull you over, they gonna know you're black. I shared with you guys a picture of Nick Cannon's kids. You guys can do the research yourself. Go type it in Google. You look at his kids. The society is not going to look at them and say they're a black like Umar. They're trying to trick the public. They're trying to trick all you mulattoes and multiracial people to think that you're just like them. You don't have the same phenotype. You're not the same race. You don't share the same culture, heritage. You're not the same. Your experiences are not the same. But they're the confused ones, specifically Umar. They're trying to trick you to think and scare you with this whole, the police, right? So that you will be a part of, to feel like you're a part of their group, so they can use you because you're going to be the minority amongst them. And they want to punk you as a minority so they can use you as a crash test dummy to do their bidding for them. And what they mainly want is they want white approval and white adjacency. So they want to use you as a bridge to get closer to their white massa.
Black ass out the car.
Absolutely.
But get your mixed race ass
going back to the mission I see you having in your future.
Yeah.
As I said, with your children, y'all going to be able to do a lot to combat colorism, and y'all going to be able to do a lot to educate mixed race children.
Now, what that is, y'all going to be able to do a lot to educate mixed race children. So, what he's trying to do is, he's a black supremacist, He's trying to tell Nick Cannon, use your children, your mixed children, to be the overseers for other mixed race people, to quote unquote educate other mixed people on their colorism, on their light skin privilege. He wants to weaponize Nick Cannon's mixed race children to be the overseers to us, to make sure we get back in line to serve these black racists. That's literally what he's telling him right now. Oh, since you're pro-black, you identify as black, and you got mixed kids. Okay, well, we can use your mixed kids to check and to put in line all these other mixed kids who want to identify as multi-racial. Right? We see this already now. I see on TikTok. You have mixed people who try so hard to virtue signal for black acceptance. They come across a guy like me. They just block me. They know, you're not going to win a debate with me. You're not going to win with me. Plus, most of these people, all they're going to do is throw ad hominem attacks. You're bald, you're short. But wait a second. Aren't you this person who's like against colorism and featureism? Aren't you against featureism? So why the hell are you like saying that I'm short and bald? So all your arguments and debates and philosophies about featureism goes right out the fucking door when you're throwing these ad hominem attacks about being short and bald. So you're only against featureism if it doesn't benefit the blacks. So now you've exposed yourself for being a black racist, a black supremacist. I got it. So if it's a mixed person or a non-black person, it's okay to talk about their features, right? I get it. I got it. I know what you people are all about, right? But this is what Dr. Umar is all about. Like, he wants Nick Cannon's mixed offspring to basically be the ones to kind of tell all the other mixed people, you got to be black identified. You benefit from light skin privilege. And no, there's too many of us now questioning this stuff. It's honestly, it's a fruitless and a futile endeavor that's not going to work,
on their African heritage. Because let's be honest, there's more of them than ever before.
Yes.
And
there's more of us than ever before, and we're growing, baby. We're growing, baby. And what we've come to realize, I'm a millennial guy, is that we can be self-sustaining now. When we network with each other, connect with each other, and procreate with each other, we already have our own ecosystem. We're good now. And this is what they ultimately fear, is that we will basically detach ourselves and have our own independent, self-sustaining, autonomous situation that doesn't involve them. They're not overseers, or they can't infringe upon what we're doing. This is what they ultimately fear. So they definitely have a vested interest in keeping you in their group where you can be a subordinate to them. This is why I had to kind of push back at the guy earlier in the chat who tried to say mulatto griff. He was trying to put the griffs in the same category as mulatto. I had to push back because this is what they try to do, is blur the lines, muddy the waters, and they use the tricky language to try to get you to identify with their blackness more than anything, so that they can have a loophole there to pull you back in to serve them. Not going to work.
Of them, because I know, because they come to me, even the adults, they feel isolated.
I bet.
So what if Nick Cannon and his children come out with a line of books?
Yeah.
You feel me? With mixed race characters where they go through the struggles of what it is to be black, having a not. You understand me?
Yeah, I like it.
Think about that,
that's
bro.
powerful.
That's you. That is you right there.
Yeah.
That is the new Cosby. What was the Fat Album? That's the new Fat Album.
The Cosby Kids.
A whole with mixed race kids, and they go through the issues of race and things like that. Because one of the areas where I would constructively criticize our brothers and sisters in entertainment is I don't think y'all deal enough with the real issues that our children suffer with, that I think y'all can introduce into your content and it not be offensive to no other group.
Yeah.
You see, like that mixed race piece?
Yeah.
You can educate on that. Nobody gonna be offended by that.
Yeah,
that's exclusively a black.
I'm offended by it because I see the scam artist you are, and there's black people who are calling him out too. There's a guy who has a channel. I follow his channel, or I'm subscribed to it. I wouldn't say follow. I don't watch him religiously, but I think I forgot. I'm trying to see if I'm subscribed, what the channel's name. I think his name is like Lamar or something like that. Let me look through my history real quick. I can kind of give him a shout out of the name. It's kind of funny. Like, his whole channel is basically, it's called Lenon Honor. I think, yeah, Lenon Honor. Let me see. Oh yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So I just wish I would get more into that a little bit more.
Yeah, man.
It
Well,
can really
I
help.
think that's our prescription for the
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I receive it, man. This has been a powerful
Yes, sir.
conversation.
Yeah, grifter. Yeah. Let me share that channel real quick with you guys, because that's actually Lenon, what is it? Honor. Yeah. His whole channel is basically situated off calling out Dr. Umar for being a scam artist. I found this guy. I think someone actually in my chat shared his channel with me, and I laughed. I was like, this is funny. He's got 70,000 subscribers. It says music, comedy, inspiration. Look at all like this, the videos. FDMG is over a month ago. Umar disrespects the Bible, Christianity. Umar, cruel scam. Like most of his live streams are about exposing Dr. Umar. Look at this shit, guys. FDMG, I think it says Umar Johnson Paint Day 2024. The scam continues. I could share this page in the chat, but like his whole channel, man, is a black dude right here. Like he's positioned, he's got 70,000, and he has a lot of black people who support him in those live streams, giving him super chats, support. They're all clowning Dr. Umar. It's crazy. Like they're already pointing out the fact that this guy is a complete scam artist. So I applaud them for pointing out they're basically holding people accountable in their own group, their own community. Like, look, you got pro-black scam artists. Like what it is they're trying to give false kind of courage, I guess you can say, false hope and false inspiration to a lot of black people who have low self-esteem. Like a Umar guy, there's a whole market for that. Tariq Nasheed, Dr. Umar, they're spreading black supremacy and lies about your dominant gene, and you got to trick these mixed people, make them identify as black, and they're pretending to open up schools and crap like Umar. FDMG 14 years later, so 5 years later. It's funny, like this guy has his whole channel where he's like exposing Dr. Umar for being a friggin' scam artist, man. There's, and there's a guy who does it with Tariq Nasheed as well. He's basically positioned his whole channel to expose Tariq Nasheed. I'm going to share the link if you guys want to jump. I know I've been kind of blabbing my mouth for a minute. It seems like you guys like what I have to say. I can kind of be rough on the edges, some of my choice of words, and that's okay. You guys will get over it. Trust me. As a mixed guy, I've had to hear a lot of these racist black supremacists that are in, Chrissy's camp and Dr. Umar's camp spread all their racism and slurs against us. And so now we're kind of repaying you with that same energy. So I don't expect to hear you guys cry now, just meeting you where I got to meet you. For some of you, now I'm not an absolutist, not saying all or anything like that, but for the ones who definitely are very nasty with their kind of choice of words, well, we got people out here who can kind of match you with that. And trust me, this is YouTube. They cancel my ass in a minute. I mean, shit. If you met me in public, yeah, you really wouldn't like what I have to say. Funny, on the Cosby Show, the dark parents had 3 kids who look like them, and then 1 mixed Jasmine guy, as if that was normal. 3 seasons later, same parents and all kids MLS mix. Yeah, they're tricking the public with that. Yeah, Jasmine guy who's biracial, right? Has anyone ever seen that their hair makeup channel, Brittany Gray or Andrea's Choice, both mulattoes who barely look black? I've never heard of them. Nope. Mixed mulatto men knew decades ago nothing in the black community for us, but ultimately many of our mulatto MLS women are still caught up in a mess. What it is because it's easier for them. Let's be clear, because I did a whole stream kind of dedicated to some of your commentary on the whole MLS women, the content creators, we should say, not the ones, because you have mixed women. I follow a ton of social media, like mixed women on TikTok, Instagram, and even YouTube. But the mixed women, a lot of ones that I follow, their channels, they're not talking about biracial issues. They're doing something completely else. Like that's something opposite of like the biracial stuff. So typically a lot of the women, the mixed women who are talking about biracial stuff, you come to find out like they got black partners, bro. Like their baby daddy's black or they're divorced or whatever. So we're sitting there like, okay, but they're so interested in biracial stuff, but they got black baby daddies. So you're like, okay. But the women, the mixed women who are not talking about biracial stuff. Yeah, I follow a woman, and she was just doing a marathon in San Diego, and she does like vlogs type of stuff. She has a pretty large like subscriber count. She doesn't have any bastard kids. She's not married. Like her womb isn't, you know, she's not talking about biracial stuff, right? And she's just one of a bunch of others who are similar like that. But the reason why you say they're caught up in the mess is because it's easier for them to get acceptance from the Black community, right? All they got to do is just show up, and then, you know, if they adhere to Pookie's standards, Pookie will give them protection from Black women. Because remember, they can't stand on their own and market to Black women. They need Black men as protection from Black women. That's critically important. When you look at their channels, you're not going to see mostly Black women on their channels, unless they're kind of like a avatar channel where they're not showing their face, right? Like in Exoticals. And then they can kind of pretend. But if they're showing their face or whatever, and you know, then you're going to look at their channel, it's going to be mostly Black guys, right? That's their protection from the Black women. And it's easier that route. So 1 out of 5 came out looking Black. The others look like me. Yo, what up?
Well, hello. Nothing changes with the Prince of Scam Africanism.
I wanted to ask, since you hop up here, I wanted to ask, because you've been well acquainted. You were in a space on YouTube where they called it the Dr. Umar space. I never even knew that they literally
something
had
like that, yeah.
Had a sector.
Or something else. I think what it was called.
They called it a sector, right? They literally had a sector, a space for Dr. Umar.
Is that what they call it? I don't remember. You know, it's like, since I'm not on YouTube anymore, I can't tell you. I don't even recall hardly anything about YouTube, to be honest. I have a little memory here, a little memory there. But yeah, I'm aware of somebody who does videos about that space. So yeah, I'm aware of that space, of course. But I can't remember much of it. I don't even think they even talk about this guy there. From what I hear, they don't even talk about him there. And I don't blame them, frankly, if that's the case. But yeah, he's just... The guy to me is hilarious. I guess due diligence. I actually wrote a piece on him when I had a blog. I wrote a piece on this guy. I don't know why I did. Well, I know what I did, because he's a great subject. You know, I'll say this much for Umar. I knew he would be a good subject. Any kind of thing that you could do. He's a perfect kind of... I'm surprised there isn't some documentary about this guy. I'm surprised there isn't, because he's such a character, and he's such he's basically a performer. That's what he is. And that's what I said in my piece. And he's basically a con artist. And, you know, that was like years ago. Here's the weird... Now, as regards... But I wasn't aware, and so I'd written about this guy, and I just kind of moved on. You know, like I have so much stuff to do. Excuse me. And then in more recent years, I've heard about his statements about biracial people. Here's the weird thing that I've noticed. I don't know a lot about his background in this regard, but he has this weird fixation with mixed race people. Like he has this almost obsession with it, because I think one of his girlfriends, was mixed race, biracial, or something like that. And the weird thing about him is that, and it's typical of Umar, he's a contradiction. You know, he's not consistent. You know, he will say that he's against, you know, interracial relationships. Yet he comes out against that. Yet he seems to believe that people who come from interracial relationships are themselves not interracial, or themselves not biracial. So he himself has this fixation, obsession, because very few people, I believe, in the monoracial communities, even now, things have changed. Even with the so-called, it's gotten to a point where even people in the community that Umar, is supposed a part of, even people are going, yeah, something doesn't add up here. Something isn't right. Something isn't logical about it. Go ahead.
I wanted to interject for a second to address this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I mentioned this, I referenced this when I was like 17 or so, 16, 17 in California, Orange County. And I was smoking weed with my friends. They were all white guys too. And we were at the public park, and the cops came over, told me to crush the weed that I had. And like the guy saying here, yeah, the cop looked at me and asked me basically like, aren't you kind of part black or something or what?
Yeah, didn't you mention that before?
Yeah, so it's like they know the difference. They look at you. This is what, back in like early 2000s, something like around there. But I was with all white guys. I wasn't hanging out with black guys in that instance. But from this gentleman's testimony, he's saying that the white men will always ask mixed men, why do you hang out with black men? Yeah, I think the thing is now, there's a lot of mixed people now. A lot of us, it's just only naturally going to happen. We're on the internet kind of blabbing our mouth, doing all this stuff. But when we turn off the internet, go about our business, job, work, and all this stuff, where I'm at in the environment I'm at, whenever I find mixed people, I'm always trying to go connect with them, especially ladies. But, I'm always trying to go connect with them, trying to build camaraderie. Hey, I'm here. I see you. What's up? It's going to kind of be weird for a lot of us. At first, it'll be weird.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
It's only inevitable. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. I think that makes sense. That goes back to something you showed earlier about Mariah Carey. You notice what she said in that interview. Like, I guess there was some person that she had met on that show, or somebody she met, and she said she was kind of obsessed with that because she's mixed race. And first and foremost, this is actually, I think, the main reason. Yeah. First of all, let me just. Yeah. I should note this. But go ahead.
Yeah, listen to her for a second. She's gonna say it all right here.
So, I pointed. So, let me point this out about what Umar stated in the clip that you had showed. First of all, Umar is outright lying. Not only did that clip that you just showed prove that, but there is no way that Mariah Carey has come out and said that she's monoracial. I've never seen anything to that Me effect.
Either. Like, she's looking at a straight face saying, like, I've never seen anything either where Mariah has a straight face looking in the camera like, I am a black woman. Or like, Mariah, like, you look mostly white. And she knows it too, where it's like, I've never seen her say that she's just like a black. I know Doja Cat.
First of all, she can't say it. Mariah doesn't look African American.
Right.
She doesn't. You saw the clip. The people just here saw the clip. Anybody who watches this saw the clip.
Yeah. The guy that was the guy that was sitting down across from her, he looks like he's a black British guy. But Mariah Carey is not like black at all. But we find a lot of black people who have low self-esteem. They want to claim mixed people, right? They want to live vicariously through us, and that's why they're desperately trying to claim.
Well, I'm looking at common sense. Let's deal with reality here. All you need to do is look at her, and you can tell that she does not. There's no way you can look at her and see that she's monoracial. If anything, you would think that she looks like a white woman. So,
but people play dumb with us. That's the thing.
There you go.
Look at the guy. The gentleman here is a South African colored gentleman here. The comment, he says, Nick does have some partial Sephardic Jewish heritage from his father's side. However, I wouldn't consider him mixed. Even a South African colored man is saying he wouldn't consider Nick Cannon mixed. But I had a guy in the chat who's like an Afro Latino guy who was basically trying to say Nick is just a mixed mulatto griff. I was like, wait a second.
I think I saw that a bit earlier. I don't know who that is, but I don't know anybody here, but no clue. I don't know anybody largely on YouTube, but these days. But yeah, I saw that and I'm like, my reaction is, who cares? What does that have to do with anything? So what that guy said, it seemed odd to me.
The reason why they say that is because they want to kind of humble us. They want to wear their blackness as a scar because maybe they're more blacker than us. So they want us to shut up. They're basically like, look, we're
no, but the guy, you just said the guy was saying that the guy that Nick Cannon was what, biracial or griff or whatever?
He tried to say mulatto griff. He's trying to say he's mixed race.
Well, what is that? I mean, again, what does that have to do with the point of the live? It's not relevant. If that's what the guy thinks, okay, keep it to yourself. It's nothing to do with what's going on here. See, it's somebody comes on a channel like this, and then you had some other person come up. I don't know what her name was. I don't even know if that's a woman or anything. Supposedly a name, but said something. It's like they come on here or they come on other. See, this is why I don't understand people like this. They waste their time. And that's why I said before when I was on here talking about YouTube, this is a problem with YouTube. People come on here and not so much here, but they just come on channels and waste their time. And it's like they have nothing better to do but be stupid and moronic and say things that don't matter.
They want a reason to be upset, like, because there's a bunch of channels that are like racist black channels where they hate on mixed people. Like, I don't go on those channels. I rarely ever. I don't click. Maybe if I want to do research or gather data, like with the whole Chrissy thing, the only reason I went to that channel is because they were talking about Exoticals United, and I already knew that they're just using
it. I'm aware of her. Yeah.
Check this out though. They're just using Exoticals United as a proxy to attack all mixed people. I already knew that was the case. So I went over that channel and looked at some comments that people were putting there. I was like, okay, this is kind of confirmation bias. It affirms what I've already suspected, that that's basically a racist black channel over there. And there's a lot of channels like that, but I don't go to those channels and troll them. I just kind of collect data. I was like, I don't care. Like,
I think it's a waste of time. Like I said, that's the problem. One of the problems I have with YouTube in general. It's like people get, this is what they want to spend. This is what some people want to spend their time doing. And it's like the guy who said that about the biracial grift thing, he knows that's BS. And even if he does it, it's a waste of time. It's nothing to do with the discussion. It's typical of YouTube. They want to go divert it. They want to go and bring up stuff that has nothing to do with it. It's irrelevant. But getting back to Umar's just a lie. I mean, if you need an indication of why I called this guy a con artist years ago and basically said he was a con artist, you can see it here when he outright lies. That's an outright lie about Mariah Carey. That's just a plain, old-fashioned lie. In the truest sense of the word lie. That's a lie. There's no way. Every time I've seen Mariah Carey, that clip I hadn't seen, she was on the Oprah Winfrey show. And they had someone in the audience, a little girl that was biracial. And they were talking about how tough it was for her. And Mariah Carey was there talking about being biracial on the Oprah Winfrey show. I mean, every time I've seen this woman, she talks about it. Now, people saw what Mariah Carey looks like in that past clip. How are you going to look at her and she looks basically like a white woman? Basically. How are you going to go and say that that is somebody who's monoracial? it's like there's no common sense. This is part of the problem in the United States.
Opening up
And if you
to
listen
Oprah
to what
Winfrey. The 50-year-old icon sat down with the media mogul for her new show, The Oprah Conversations, and the two discussed a wide range of topics during the candid interview. In a sneak peek clip of the Apple TV show, which is set to premiere on September 24th, Mariah got on it.
Again, when you look at Mariah sitting next to Oprah, these women are not of the same race. This is a multiracial woman, Mariah Carey. This is a black monoracial woman, Oprah. Let's call a spade a spade. They're going to try to trick you and confuse you and hoodwink you to think that Mariah Carey is of the same race as Oprah,
there's
which is
no
a lie.
confusion.
The golden curly locks
There's
was a bane of existence for you. It was a flaw in your identity for yourself.
Yes, and on both sides of the spectrum, because it wasn't that I didn't like my hair when it was behaving, but as I it grew up a little bit, it went from baby hair to like matted, unruly hair that nobody was combing through or understanding that you can't have a little girl.
This is not a black person, guys. This is Mariah Carey as a child. This is not what black people don't look like this. This is a proud, multiracial female.
Running around with mats in her head.
The singer said she felt hated by some of her family for having lighter hair.
I feel like I was hated on by certain people in my family for having the lighter hair. But then if they only realized, like, no, actually, I have like matted hair, which is frizzy and curly, and like it could look good if we had some conditioner.
So your mother didn't know what to do with it, and many times she just let it go. And so you were one of those little girls walking around with your hair not combed.
But now Mariah has a family of her own, and she told Oprah that it's actually her two.
Have a moment that feels real and authentic and genuine, and it's them loving me unconditionally.
And they share her phenotype more than the father. You look at Mariah and her offspring, they look more like her, right? Than they look like, even here, look at her children next to her. They share her image. They look more like her than the father. So it's like, whose genes are really dominant here? You listen to Dr. Umar, he's going to try to lie to you and trick you. The black gene is dominant. Well, this photographic evidence would suggest otherwise, right?
Additionally,
the proud mama who shares her 9-year-old twins, Morocco and Monroe, with ex-husband Nick Cannon, explained that her tight bond with her lambs, aka her fans,
me with this actual love, and they are my actual family.
In the tell-all interview, Mariah also opens up about other personal journeys that inspired so many of her hit songs and her upcoming memoir, The Meaning of Mariah Carey, which is set to hit stands on September 29th.
Okay, that's all. I just wanted to share that. Just some.
So what I was referring to with Mariah Carey was not that. I wasn't aware of that because I don't know anything about her appearances. What she does now. What I was referring to was something that happened, I think, in the 90s. I can't recall. But it was the whole point was this. People saw the clip here with Mariah Carey, and she was about as specific, I think, as she can be, right? About stating not only was she mixed race, but she's stating kind of the impact of that and how people have reacted to that. Right. And so you compare that to what Dr. Umar said, he's lying. Breaking news, newsflash. Dr. Umar is lying. He lied. This is not a woman that has ever, to my knowledge, again, I'm going by what I'm aware of. I don't know everything she said. I don't know every show she's been on. But to the best of my knowledge, this person has never stated that she's monoracial. She's always stated she's mixed race. She's been upfront about it. She's clearly not walked away from it. And it's something that she seems to be perfectly fine with, at least at this point in her life. In fact, I think she was on a podcast with Meghan, what's her name? Meghan Markle. I think they were discussing being mixed race at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, what does it take for people to understand the facts versus this fantasy and lies that are put out by people, not so much Umar himself, but other people? It just happens to be Umar that's lying about it.
You know, look at this comment, Al, because this is very significant, because I see this in real time. This is very real phenomena. This weird gender dynamic as it refers or in reference to the Black community and then mixed in multiracial people. The gentleman puts here, Black men want light-skinned daughters only, and Black women want light-skinned sons only. Now, I did a video about a divester the other day, and she specifically said she wanted a biracial son. She didn't say she wanted a biracial daughter. She literally said she wanted a biracial son specifically, but she doesn't like biracial men. She thinks biracial men are just the same as Black men. And she's like, especially if they have a Black father. But this Black woman, divester, she wants a biracial son. So you see that pathology. The gentleman saying here, you see there's a lot of Black men who don't want biracial sons because they're afraid their sons are going to outshine them, which they often do. So they want biracial daughters because they want to basically maneuver and position their biracial daughters to be in courtship and to serve other Black men. They kind of want to sell off the biracial.
Let me just be very clear about that. I don't really get into other people's desires in terms of relationships. So who wants what, why they want it, I don't know. That to me has always been odd. I'm not someone who understands why anyone wants a mixed race person. That doesn't really. I've always found that odd, personally. That's just my thing. So I don't get into those dynamics. When it comes, I just deal with mixed race people. That's always been my reality. I deal with mixed race people. When it comes to interracial relationships, it's really not. I don't really get into that.
Well, this guy's hitting the nail on the head. This guy's hitting the nail on the head with this comment. From his experience, he's basically saying what I've already explained and what I've witnessed as well. This is very real phenomena that a lot of people are witnessing.
Well, again, let me make it clear. If you're interested, people are interested in what relationships and what people want to do in terms of relationships, that's up to them. I don't get into relationships with people. I'm not a relationship guy. That's not my deal.
Relationship expert. No, I feel
right, yeah, I don't. I mean, because I see there's enough of that on YouTube.
No, yeah, right? I get it. I get it.
And that's crazy. That in and of itself, like I've dealt with some, like I do remember dealing with some of these people who talk with relationships. That's a whole area of garbage and trash and just craziness on YouTube. It.
Yeah.
In and of itself. That's what I mean. I don't deal with that stuff.
Check this comment out. It says, does Umar claim, this Umar always talks, that's why I say mulatto, because people are fixated on the European and African mixed individual. That's why I say mulatto, because you notice Dr. Umar, he never talks about the Blasians or the Blaxicans, right? He never talks about the Afro-Latinos, the people who are mixed with indigenous or Spanish or African, or Blasians who are Chinese African, but he's always talking about the white and Black biracial the most, right?
I'm not aware. I mean, I'm aware that he's fixated on mixed race people. I'm not aware that he's fixated or obsessed with certain kinds of mixed race, people. So that I don't know. I certainly can't comment on it. Because I don't know anything about it. I know he is obsessed and he's been fixated because I've seen some videos where he talks to biracial people. And it's odd to me because he tries to position himself as someone who is for mixed race people, but he's only for mixed race people identifying solely as African American. That's his whole grift. That's his whole position in regards to biracial people. And my response to that is that's backward. You're talking about what's already existed for 100 years. So what he's talking about is just a one drop rule reality mentality, if you get what I mean by that. ODR reality mentality. So what he's talking about is just upholding old-fashioned, I can't even say standards. I wouldn't call those standards.
It's one.
Yeah, it's old-fashioned, old-fashioned reality.
Hey,
Al, and that's all it is.
Al, we got Mary on the panel. So Mary, if you want to introduce yourself and share your piece, I'd like to hear what you have to say. Go ahead, Mary. The floor is yours if you'd like to share. Mary, hello. Do you hear me, Mary? Your mic is muted. You're on the panel. You're live. We got about 30 people live listening to you. Mary, I don't know what is going on here.
I was wondering what was happening there.
I don't know. But yeah,
is that someone in the chat, or
they actually hopped up on the panel, but they're not speaking. Okay. So they can come back if they want to share.
Probably a troll.
Yeah, it could be a lot of those.
Yeah.
It says
anytime you get the silent treatment, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a dead giveaway, right? The silent treatment. Yeah. So you put a comment right here, Al. It says, notice what Mariah said here. Howard Stern didn't accept that she was mixed race. Mm-hmm. That's the basic American attitude towards mixed race people, which is still incomprehension and disbelief. Accurate.
Right. So I'm glad you mentioned that, put that up, because that was the second thing I wanted to mention. So we know, number one, that Umar is lying, because the clip not only confirmed that, he showed another clip, and anyone who does any basic, if you want to do research, I didn't even do research on Mariah Carey. I know Umar's lying. Secondly, if you look at that clip, and that was a very interesting clip you showed, what she stated is a microcosm of the discrimination and racism that mixed race people face in American society. It's a basic description of some of the problems that biracial and multiracial people face, which is incomprehension and disbelief. It's part of how it's packaged. So she said, well, Howard Stern couldn't believe I was, I don't know, Spanish and something else or whatever it is, and thought I was making it up. She's not making it up. And this is one of the problems that biracial people have had to face for years in the US. And it goes back to what I was saying before, right? One drop reality, right? It is still that one drop.
You look at this comment. You see, yeah, it's a one drop rule. It's the same thing like a Benjamin. It's funny. All they reference is basically music. This is what they reference here is only music, right?
Dare mock me,
so
ape.
He says here, if you are not the same as blacks, why are you all over black art forms? Make your own rap, hip hop, R&B. Why are you guys leeching in black art forms? Create your own and leave us the F alone. And we as mulattoes and mixed people have heavily contributed to what's called the quote unquote black art forms and development of culture and art in America. But see, they want to deny you that, right? Like what they're doing with Drake. It's some random. I don't know.
Who is this? Another troll?
It's just some random guy.
Look, Look, guy, whoever you are in the chat, the door is open. You're free to leave.
Mary, do you have something to say,
Planes
Mary?
leave every half hour, okay? If you don't use that tired excuse of, oh, you're in all these other forums. Why don't you go and check out some history? You know,
Go
mixed
ahead,
race
Nick.
people and biracial people didn't create the situation. All right?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we got Mary here. Mary, go ahead and share if you like to share. Mary? I do not know what's going on or whatever.
I'm telling you, these people, it's another troll.
Yeah.
It's another troll. Because I notice you have some people in your chat today. I guess you're gathering quite a few of these.
Yeah, I'm
I don't know.
everyone's. Let's see, this guy Benjamin. If police do something to you, or white people didn't treat you right, the black community is the first one you're running to.
Okay,
it's like
so
really.
we had.
Yeah.
Okay, we had cliche number one. Right, this guy. I don't know what's his name.
It says Benjamin. All about the Benjamins. I think that's
he's all about. His name should be called BS. It's because he's all about the BS. So
Benjamin.
we had basically plank number one, which is all mixed race people are in all of these monoracial art forms. So why don't you go and do something else? That is excuse / argument number one. Then the second one is the old law enforcement argument. Or problem with society. Either law enforcement or problem with society. Or when you get mistreated by everyone else, then you're going to go here. Well, that's the second one, right? So is this another one?
No, it's just the same crap about the cops going to pull you over.
So let me just point this out to the people, because this is an educational lesson. I don't know if there are actual biracial people or multiracial people in the chat. See, these are the tactics that you see people try to use with you on YouTube or elsewhere. I saw this in mixed race spaces from wannabes and other people, right? The half and halves, well, maybe not so much the half and halves, but the wannabes. I've seen this. Like I said, it's like a broken record. It's like a skipped CD. I've seen this all before, and it's very easy to counter. Very easy. They try to take these stale, moldy arguments and they try to use it against biracial people because they think that if they try to debate you and they try to argue with you, that somehow they're going to win an argument. This is what I try to tell other biracial people and multiracial people.
Look at this comment.
What is it?
Well, you can finish what you're saying. Never what? Never argue or debate with monoracial people. Yeah, I know.
Never get. That's why I say don't bother. Make your points, point it out, and move on. Because they actually think they can do this. Go ahead.
Yeah, they have nothing to offer you, and that's the thing. A lot of people have already affirmed that in the chat. Totally Serious puts here. So this dude hates interracial dating. He's talking about Dr. Umar, but considers the offspring black by default. Yeah, because
he's just stating what I just said.
Yeah,
you're just repeating what I just said earlier, guy. I mean, that's a good point, but that's it. That's why I said something about Umar. He is obsessed with biracial people. I've noticed this before. He's obsessed with them.
Yeah,
I don't know why. I don't know why
he knows that our numbers are increasing and that black people are helping to create more of us. So our numbers are increasing. So he's obsessed with us because he knows that black political influence and clout is diminishing in society, American society, and mulattoes and multiracials are becoming more prominent. So he's afraid that they're going to lose influence, that we're going to galvanize and identify independently from him. They feel like they're losing something. That's why he's obsessive about us, right?
Yeah, but he's unusual. Most people have a kind of, hey, that's what they want to do, let them do it kind of attitude. He is intent in trying to, he always is arguing things that make absolutely no sense. You saw the clip with Umar and this Nick Cannon. How are you going to go and tell a guy who has biracial kids that they're not biracial? How are you going to go and tell a father of kids who are biracial that he's had that they're not mixed race? This is the kind of nonsense that characters like him do. And even other people who spout this out aren't behaving the way Umar is. Umar has a weird fixation. He really does. I don't think it has anything to do with whether mixed race people are rising in the society or not. I don't think it has anything to do with that. He just has a view that goes against what he would find in African nations that he's been in. They don't behave that way in African nations. They aren't trying to classify and collate, except in places maybe like Brazil. But Brazil is not an African nation. It's a South American nation. See, in Brazil, they're trying to get, in Brazil, they're trying to do that. The black movements in Brazil have been trying to get mixed race people placed in the same category or the same group as them. You see that in public policy. You see that in educational policy. Because what's happened in Brazil is you had the implementation of the affirmative action, colleges, universities. And there isn't affirmative action for mixed race people that I'm aware of. Now, here's the thing. I point this out because of this. This is important. In Brazil, the last census that came out in 2022 was conducted 2023. Biracial people known as Pardo or Brown, 45.3%. They're the largest group in Brazil, right? But they don't have public policy specifically for them. They don't have educational policy, employment policy that I'm aware of.
We see the same.
There was a guy who did. Go ahead.
We see the same, just to interrupt quickly, we see the same situation with the multiracial mulatto population in America, and also with a lot of colored people in South Africa. We have a colored gentleman in the chat, where they're not getting effective or efficient representation in their respected countries as well. So we see there's overlap internationally with a lot of us where we're not getting the proper representation. This is a real problem and situation that we have to find solutions for.
Well, it's worse in South Africa. I've talked to some quote unquote, I have to classify that. I mean, I have to kind of foreground this. Colored people, which is what they're known as in South Africa, mixed race people. I've talked to some colored people in South Africa, and they pretty much have told me they feel like they're pretty much oppressed, pretty much kept down. Post-apartheid South Africa has not been good for mixed race people. You showed that clip, the BBC News report about the colored community, one of the colored communities in South Africa. It was a couple weeks ago or whatever. That's not unusual. At least that's one neighborhood. Colored population is one of the largest populations in South Africa, but they're disproportionately represented in terms of incarceration, and they suffer from unemployment. So there are considerable problems with the mixed race population in South Africa. The idea that these are a preferred group, that they have privilege, is utter and complete nonsense. So when you hear this nonsense about privilege and mixed race people automatically have it easier and automatically it's better for them, it's a lie. South Africa is one indication of this. And in what I mentioned about Brazil, there apparently isn't public policy. I just kind of found this out recently. You don't see specific public policy around the Pardo. They are the largest population in Brazil. Let me repeat that. The largest population in Brazil. They just outpaced the European population by a couple percentage points. 45.3%. I think it's like 43.5 for population. The actual African population in Brazil is 10%. It's grown from about 7.6% or over 7% previously, but it's a relatively a smaller population. So what is important to note globally about mixed race people, you just outlined it yourself, is there is, how do I put it, like in the American Revolution, the phrase taxation without representation.
There's a lack of representation for us.
Right.
And because we, especially in America, there's a lot of us, but a lot of us are like Black identified. Like we look at a lot of media personalities like Zendaya, or even I promote this woman. Her name is Zendaya, and also Alicia Keys, but they're more so Black identified. And that's kind of an issue. It's not kind of, it is an issue, because we need those who are, that's why I like to promote Mariah Carey. It's like, look, she identifies as mixed as she is, and that's a good thing. See, Dr. Umar, we have these radical Black supremacists who are trying to say, oh, you're confused if you identify. So we have to challenge these radical Black supremacists who are spreading mixed race hate, and they're trying to invalidate your experience and your existence. They're trying to basically weaponize the one drop rule and just say, oh, you're just considered a Black person. We have to challenge that.
And what they're doing is they're creating continued confusion that's existed for many years. This is why you have the kinds of problems that you have. People complain about quote unquote colorism. Well, how can you have colorism within a community when you're going around saying that there are people come in all shades? Do you look at other groups, and even in Latino and Hispanic communities, they don't say that. Even they don't see that, and there's a great degree of ethnic mixture in those communities.
In Latino,
and they don't go around saying that.
I was thinking about that the other day too, or maybe today. I was like, in Latino and Hispanic, how they use these two terms kind of interchangeably, but you have like Hispanic people who are super like light skin or pale, but they like present as like more Spanish or European. And then you have Latinos who are more darker skin, brown, or like more kind of indigenous mixed, right? But they're still a part of the same kind of race or ethnic group and culture, even though they don't phenotypically look the same. People will say lighter skin Hispanics or darker skin Hispanics. People broadly say that, but their genetic makeup and configuration varies amongst their group. But because they have a culture, they can kind of, in a national identity and language with Spanish, etc., where they can still kind of bind together and as a group, but they don't all look the same. You notice that? Like I grew up in California, where it's very common to see like a darker skin like Latino and a lighter skin like Hispanic, but they're both the same group, right? It's like, yeah, interesting. I have someone in the panel, Lilith, if they want to.
Well, those are larger grouping. The terms. Yeah.
I have the person on the panel right now. They've been quiet for a minute. If you want to share now, go ahead, or forever hold your peace, because I think this is the same individual who hopped up earlier under a different name, I guess. But I think it's kind of the same thing. Whatever. Go ahead, Al.
There was someone. Is that the same person? I noticed there's someone in the chat. Yeah, I think they may have technical problems.
They changed their name or something. I don't know. It's all good.
I don't know, but I think because I noticed there was a bunch of stuff in the chat.
But there's a strategy that people use on YouTube where people will try to jump up on your panel and try to like screw up your whole stream and all this stuff. And I don't. It's kind of
that's why I said.
Yeah, it's kind of
pathetic.
That's
what I said. I wasn't sure whether that was a troll or not.
I don't know, but if I want people on the panel who are going to talk. So it's like the link is pinned, guys. So if you guys want to jump on the panel and talk, the floor is open. I don't care what color t-shirt you have on, just be respectful. And how it goes is you have the floor. You ask a question, I answer it, then I ask the question, vice versa. We talk like and converse like adults, and that's But go ahead.
Yeah, so I think it's an interesting point that was brought up when I was thinking about that. It's like what I've been able to find out a little bit more about the party in Brazil. I think this kind of gets back to maybe in what Mariah Carey was saying. In this country, she wasn't able to see mixed race people. And to have a kind of, I guess you would call it, she said, mixed culture. She wasn't able to have that for herself.
Yeah.
And so that's obviously important to her because of what you showed in the clip, what was noted by her. And so in other countries, they do have that. But what's also at stake is I would call no implementation and no representation. In other words, you don't have policies that are for mixed race people, and you don't, at least places like Brazil that I'm aware of, and you don't have the representation for mixed race people that would, maybe there is representation, but it's not as effective. So no implementation and no representation. And that's, again, an issue. I look at Brazil now and I go, even in a country where you have mixed race people as the dominant population, there's still not any specific aspects that are geared toward them. It's, again, it tells you how difficult it is to be biracial and multiracial in this world. That's why I say it's a global issue. It's a global issue. It's not simply an American issue, although the problems in America are still considerable, as we saw from what Mariah Carey was saying. Like I said, what she said is a microcosm of what biracial people face in this country. So it's interesting. I didn't really expect to kind of get into the global aspect of it or I look at it, but it's always, biracial people are always encountering obstacles no matter where they are across the globe.
Great point.
That's why this whole argument against privilege has to be debunked. Anytime you hear somebody talk about privilege, you gotta just say that's simply not true.
Yeah,
it's not true.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely unique experience for sure. Oh, let's see what you got here. It says, I had to Google Professor Griff, just like Nick Cannon. He's a black nationalist, but he has a mixed queen. Yeah, Professor Griff is from the the Public Enemy? You guys remember that? Public Enemy?
Oh, that guy? Isn't he the guy who got kicked out of Public Enemy? He had to leave, I think.
Yeah, they kicked him out. But the thing is like he was on the show with Alex Jones, the conspiracy theorist.
Oh, yeah. The guy who has to liquidate. I shouldn't laugh. But he has to liquidate his, I think,
assets for the whole
show, and his assets to pay for the big. Yeah.
Look at this guy. He's a militant black nationalist. Look at his T-shirt. He has, was it Fred Hampton on his T-shirt? He's from Public Enemy, militant black nationalist, but he can't get a black woman of his complexion. He has to get a mixed woman. This is very typical with their kind, with these people. Like, he's so pro-black, he's a black militant wearing Fred Hampton T-shirt, but yet he has to get a mixed woman. He can't get a black woman of his complexion. This is typical with them. Look at this. This is typical with these people. But see, these type of black guys, they don't like biracial men. They look at us as competition for these mixed biracial women. And they've always had the door open for biracial women to jump into their community. Now that they see biracial men are like, the hell with the, you Bantu guys, we could do our own shit. Now mixed women see that there's men building their own spaces and networks. Now it's attracting mixed women. Now mixed women are interested to see, oh, look, the biracial guys are creating together. So
But
now a
the
lot of the black guys.
the impression I got is that biracial guys have options dating wise.
Of
They can
course,
be with different
Latinas.
kinds of
I don't.
women.
Of
Right.
course, I mean, yeah, most of these guys that I see, they can get whatever they want. They can get the white women, they can get the Latinas. A lot of these guys, you know, get Latinas. Most of my exes, my partners have been Latina. Most of us, it's very simple. We do have these options. If we want a group, a community, I thought of this even today. I was like, look, because if you're a mixed race guy, mulatto guy, and you get a white woman as your partner, your child's going to be mostly white. Or if you get a Mexican partner, your child's going to take on the culture and more so phenotypically of that individual, right? Just so your child's going to be mostly Mexican. I see that with my nieces and nephews. My brother has a Mexican partner. So, but if a mulatto guy wants a mulatto child, he has to find a mulatto woman. That's the only way it's going to work. So it's about legacy and self-sustainability. This is why, for me personally, this is why I promote this here. And like you look at Zoe Kravitz, her parents, and even if you look at like a Nick Cannon, it's funny because Dr. Umar was trying to tell Nick Cannon that the kids are going to be seen as black when they look mixed. They're not black, but the kids look more so like the mom. They look more so like Mariah than they do Nick Cannon. But this is evident with other nations of women, that the children more so take on like more so the traits of the mom in a lot of ways. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
this Cannon guy seems like confused. He seems like really confused.
Well, his kids don't even look like him. I don't know what he's trying to play games.
He's kind of a lost guy, I think. He's a lost guy. I mean, I heard what you were saying, what he was saying in that interview. I'm like, some of what he was saying, he comes off like that guy on In Living Color, you know, the jailhouse, or the guy in the cell, the jailhouse intellectual type. I was listening to that. I don't know what the name of that character was, but that's what he sounds like. Like, it's clear he's not educated, but he wants to sound like he's educated and intelligent. He isn't, but he wants to sound that way. So I listen to what he's saying, and it's like, I'm not impressed. First of all, he doesn't understand that. Again, he doesn't understand. And a lot of people really don't. They don't understand what the history of mixed race people is in the country. Black, white, biracial, mulatto. They don't understand their history. They don't understand that they had their own groups and institutions, and they had essentially their own de facto communities in places like Charleston, South Carolina, and New Orleans, Louisiana. But people have heard of Creoles. I don't know what Creoles are like now, but years ago, they were very insular, very tight community. And, you know, again, people aren't aware of this. Monoracial people in general, even a lot of biracial people aren't. They don't understand it. That's why you have people who say, well, biracial isn't a thing. You don't have a history, you don't have a culture, you don't have anything that's yours. And they don't know anything about the history of specific biracial people in the US. So they don't understand it. They don't understand that there was something called the Brown Society. They don't understand that mixed race people in other places looked out for themselves and their own interests. In fact, it was different. The law was different in parts of the South and other places for people of a certain mixture, according to the law. This is before the one-drop rule came into effect. So they don't understand this. And on the one hand, you could kind of go, okay, yeah, you see, I didn't know this history myself until I found out about it. You certainly didn't. You're not going to learn it in school. But on the other, so when you listen to somebody like a Nick Cannon, he doesn't understand this. Basically, what you hear is the same old colorism crap. Oh, it's colorism. Why can't we get past that? You can't get past it because biracial people and multiracial people were forced to become part of Black communities. they weren't a part of black communities. They were separate and different. They were in separate, not, and this was because, go ahead.
Remember in Louisiana, the Mulatto Bend Society, that was in outside of Baton Rouge. You have Mulatto Bend, Baton Rouge, Port Allen, Louisiana. They had the Mulatto Bend community. They have a cemetery there. They literally, back in the 1800s, they had a whole community of mulattoes in that general region. You still have a lot of historical landmarks there. I traveled there a year ago in Mulatto Bend, out there in Louisiana, outside Baton Rouge, Port Allen. So there's historical. They're trying to erase all of our history.
I bet they're going to try to change the name of that place.
Yes, the cemetery, they already changed the name of the Mulatto Cemetery. They're trying to erase our history, to try to make it seem like we never had a presence here in this nation and help build this country. So, and they've been pretty successful with a lot of Creoles, but the Creoles have been able to preserve a lot of their own history more so than mulattoes. And
well, yeah, because they don't, you know, part of the reason that if they're trying to do that, it's because people don't know about it already. So they got a head start because people don't know. And again, I don't expect them to know. Again, I didn't know. But now that I know, I go, well, you know, see, all people like Cannon can say is colorism. But you have to ask yourself, why does that exist in a community where it should never exist? Why isn't there colorism in other communities? Right? I don't mean in other nations. There is in other nations, but even then it's different. I'm talking in other communities.
In other communities, yeah. I'm just kidding, yeah.
Well, I don't use that term.
I just want to say that because it sounds funny because
what I'm
mocking them. Go ahead, yeah, go ahead.
But what I'm saying is and I don't understand why that's deemed to be such an. I don't. Again, that seems to be an issue in those communities. When I've been in mixed race groups online, granted it's online, it's not outside or whatever, but when I've been in mixed race groups online, there's no colorism. I don't have people obsessed over what this person looks like in their photo or what this person may look like elsewhere or what, you know, I don't hear a lot of that stuff. I didn't hear about it in groups I was on social media, and even on YouTube, I didn't hear about it. But somehow it's an issue in that community. When you keep having a community where there is no gatekeeping, that's the problem. The solution is evident in monoracial community, because every monoracial community gatekeeps.
Look at this comment from Laura Mitchell says, and I agree with her. She says, I don't see Asians forcing, Hapa or Wasians or Blasians to identify as solely Asian. They respect that they are biracial. They respect their autonomy. You're right. Even Blaxicans. I don't see Mexican people trying to basically force the Afro-Latino or the Blaxican into their group or just position them as being black. I'm from California, from Orange County, Southern California, and there's quite a few Blaxicans. They're a pretty significant demographic in that region, the Southwest. And I've always known that with Mexican people are like, oh yeah, you're Blaxican, you're half Mexican, you're part of the family, but yeah, they respect the fact that you're still half black, but you still share their culture. You're half Mexican. They're not trying to force the one drop rule crap on you, but people really try us, the mulattoes, and because a lot of mulattoes don't fight back until now. Now we fight back. Now people get uppity, like I'm spreading hate. People were trying to say I'm spreading hate and I'm like a nationalist or something like that. But it all falls on deaf ears because they never call out.
It really comes from the fact that you don't see that. They don't see that comment that you just showed before. They don't do that because they gatekeep. You can't get away with that. If you are there are videos you can watch. I saw like a couple where there was a lady who was like, it was in Japan, and there was some interviewer talking to her about it, but they were out among people. And she's clearly looking like an African American, but she's what they would call a hafu in Japan, half African American, half Japanese. Japanese people do not consider her to be Japanese. That's why there's a term that was concocted called hafu. It's the same with Caucasian slash, I mean, in maybe some Asian countries that are better off than some biracial people. But they're not considered that because logically they know what a person of their nationality and their ethnic group looks like. It's not a mystery. It's not complicated. It's not complex. And other groups don't do that because they gatekeep. Now, the ones that are kind will not try to, the ones that are kind about it, there are others who are not so kind. They'll say, no, you're not one of us, and that's it. So you can't, the problem, but for whatever reason, and I don't know what the reason is. I mean, again, the only thing I can say is the one-drop rule seems to have a very powerful effect in African-American communities. I don't know why. It seems to be conditioned and socialized that way. I don't know the reason.
What
but
do you
if
have
you
to
look
say?
at other communities, go ahead.
Yeah, we all know it. We all get it. Yeah, these other communities aren't weaponizing the one-drop rule against us. But also look at how these social media websites are protecting, because they look at the Black community as kind of a protected class, but they're not above LGBT or the Jewish group. But you notice here, meaning that the LGBT and Jewish group, they have more rights than the Black group, but the social media, they still treat Black people as a protected class, especially on TikTok, where they can let them say all the racist, anti-mix stuff. But if you challenge them, then they really get like irritated and upset. It says here, YouTube will let BP, Black people, say anything about mixed people, but a mixed man, especially if you're a man, you say something bad back to them, they'll ban you. Yeah, like they're trying to get me canceled, but I'll just grow bigger on another platform. It doesn't, people are gonna people are hungry for this content. Look at how many people I have in this chat this late at night. I didn't think I was gonna be here for 3 hours. I never intended to have a 3-4 hour stream. I wanted to hop up here, spread, blab my mouth and then get the hell out of here. But I got people tuning in, listening to me. There's a demand for this content. Go ahead.
Well, again, it's only an issue for those biracial people who see themselves as monoracial and try to fit in that community. Again, it's different. Like what I observe and what I see is that it's very different. What you had a comment earlier, right? People don't force people of these other ethnicities to try to see themselves as that, because that's not how those groups operate. That's not how other ethnic and racial groups operate. They operate based on a very basic sense of ethnicity and of gatekeeping. They know who their own are and they understand what that is, right? That doesn't seem to be the case with the African American community. Again, why that is, I can't say. But the problem for biracials is when they want to be part of that community.
Yeah, they're going to go through hell.
That's why I'm saying.
They're going to go through hell.
That's precisely right.
But the thing is,
the problem.
The pathway for them, especially for the men, are going to get picked on and bullied. We see that with the biracial guys who want to be Black. They get picked on for being light skinned. But then with the women, they get picked on too, but their pathway, if they want to secure a seat at the table in Blackistan, they have to have a Black guy's kids, basically. That's how they legitimize their position.
Well, all I'll say is this. That's your theory about it. What I will say is this. Based on my experience talking to other biracial people in groups, it's very clear there's a space for mixed race women in that kind of monoracial community, but there isn't a space for mixed race men. So that's what I've noticed. I've noticed that over the years, partly because I've talked to biracial guys, mulatto guys, or whatever. And they've informed me of different things. It was mulatto guys or biracial guys who told me about the so-called stereotypes that impact biracial guys in that community, right? You know, the whole effeminate, weak thing. I didn't know about that until they told me about it. They also told me other things. So I'm being informed. And so if someone were to say, well, how can you say this? And how can no, people are telling me who are biracial. When people who are biracial are telling me, I'm not going to go and say they're lying. So who are you going to trust? People who are liars like Umar Johnson? Or people who clearly from experience and background are telling things that appear to be facts, or at least have some bearing to reality and facts? That's your choice. You can go with the liar and the con artist, Umar, and others like him. Or you can go with what's behind, as they used to say on Let's Make a Deal, door number 2. Door number 1, door number 2, or door number 3. So that's the choice that you have. And again, I will say there seems to be a space for mixed race women in that community. And there isn't a space for mixed race men. Why that is the case?
It's good.
Good.
Because it's forcing the mixed men to develop their own economy, develop their own networks and social systems. So where they have their own self-interest, they have their own autonomy, they can seek for fellowship, fraternity. We can accomplish something that that group never has. Like, they don't have it for themselves. They're all
in other words, you see that as
it's positive.
So you see it as beneficial because it forces mixed race men to be independent.
I know which women not to deal with, because the mixed women who are black identified and who have a black man's kid, and they're not married, they're just a baby mama with a black guy's kid, and they're doing that to fit in with the black group, and they want to throw biracial men under the bus. I like that, because now I know the people I don't want to deal with. They've already made it clear, they drew their line in the sand, that they're against mulatto men. That's a good thing. We have to be aware that a lot of our biggest haters are going to be other mulattoes who are trying to serve the black community. It's a good thing. I like the fact that we have it's forcing the men to wake up and build and establish something.
It's true but there are biracials that see themselves as monoracial. You can see that when you look at some of these TV shows or videos and they're interviewing some of these people. They're very monoracial identified.
Yeah.
And they see themselves as part of that community. And they're confused, quote unquote, as to why they're mistreated, why they're treated so badly. They call it discrimination or racism.
Yeah, or colorism.
And they don't.
Yeah. Your mic is borging out. Maybe your connection's kind of iffy.
Right.
But I see this comment from this colored gentleman here.
Call it colorism.
He's saying,
or being light skinned.
Yeah, that's intra-racial kind of dynamics. That's what, because they're black identified and they're experiencing racism from blacks, so they call it colorism. But look at this comment from this colored gentleman. He says, black Africans in South Africa make a clear distinction between mixed and black. I feel sorry for what mixed people are dealing in America. Yeah, the clear distinction, it makes everything easier.
Well,
the fact that they have a clearly nationally recognized identity and classification, it just makes everything so much easier. And they have data. Now they can measure themselves to say, hey, they're not represented in politics. They're not represented in this industry, in these job market. So they can find solutions when they have the statistics and data that represents, like, that's why it's significant to have that, because then they can petition a government to say, hey, we're lacking in this area. We're underrepresented. We need more government funding to help us in this area. So, we need that. Honestly, we need that.
Again, it's a problem for what the past comment was. It's a problem for those people that are trying to be part of that community. Again, it's not overly complicated, folks. If you are a biracial person who sees themselves as monoracial, and you're trying to fit within that community, you will encounter problems because at the core, there is going to be there is going to be some form of gatekeeping even within that community. They will say there isn't, but there is. It seems to be going on now, and it seems to be gaining some momentum, possibly. You see distinctions being made. And I think that's why an Umar is so fixated and obsessed with biracial people, because he understands there is now some minor degree of gatekeeping happening within these communities. And it's happening where there is this venom against biracial people because they look at them and see them as having privilege, as having advantages, of being better off than them. And that's a problem when you have a community of people that do not share the same kinds of unlike other communities where you don't have people of the same basic ethnic group, the same basic cultural group. You can't have that with biracial people because biracial people can access and be a part of different cultures, not just one culture, right? So that's what is misunderstood here. I mean, again, I don't really view this as complicated. It's simple, but it's complicated because of these people. That
just a second. Want to give a shout out to Light the King. Respect to you, Light the King, for the Cash App. I just noticed that on my app. So respect to you if you're listening. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Al.
So yeah, that's what I was saying. It's not complicated. I don't know why people want to make it so complicated, but I think this is the best that I can give to people from what I've observed. If you want to be part of that community, you have to take the good with the bad. You can't expect to just have everything be roses because you're trying to be part of a community that will not see you entirely as their own, because every other community is that way. As a recent comment that was here, on the chat was kind of bringing out, every other community does that, and that's done within the African American community as well, but it's not as promoted.
Yeah,
and things are changing.
Well, things are changing drastically. I just look at the younger sample population, and I could just use social media as a sample, like over on TikTok and stuff like that. And it's like there's so many like mulatto channels over there popping up. It's crazy. Like over the past year, I've seen it where it's just this consciousness is growing. And I think a lot of these old timers, the old guard, like a Dr. Umar, because this guy's almost 50 years old or something. So that they're from that Generation X, etc., where they're very fearful when they want to maintain a status quo where they have mixed people begging to be a part of their group. There's so many of us now where we're sitting there, what the hell? Let's just create our own shit. We already have all the tools available anyways. It doesn't make sense to like try to be cool with another. Like I figured that out in college. I was like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, why are we trying to be cool with them? There's already enough of us around. We're looking at each other kind of confused, like with mixed people, like, oh, what do we do? Like, why don't we kind of just group up and galvanize around our collected shared experiences? It just makes perfect sense to me. And it's been working out just with whatever little social media I'm doing. I'm going to close out pretty soon, Al. We've been going on long. I know I got a lot of people listening. Appreciate
yeah, go ahead. To be honest, I don't know. I'm looking at your chat. I think there's someone trying to communicate with you in that chat. I didn't want to say anything before, but I don't know if it's that person that came up on the panel, but there's someone trying to communicate with you because I'm seeing some numbers here. So just to let you know. I don't know if you're aware of that.
There's a lot of people in the chat right now, so I don't know.
No. I mean your back chat.
Yeah,
not the chat in here. It's that person.
It's a
so
lady.
I don't know what happened with that person.
She sent me an email. She wants me to review a video or something, that's fine. I got the email. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm looking at this thing here. I'm like, I don't know who this is, but looks like they're trying to talk to you or something, whatever it is.
The best way to get my attention is by Cash App, but you can, always email me or send me a message or something. That's for everyone listening. This is a public platform. I don't care what color t-shirt you are, but we do center and validate the mulatto experience for sure. But I'm very welcoming, as you can find. Sometimes I might use choice words that people feel offended by. That's okay too. Because you know what? As a mulatto, I've had to hear all these other people use offensive language, refer to us as half-breeds and confused, and we're just supposed to sit there and just accept it as if that's normal. And I'm like, okay, well, if that's normal to talk about us like that, well, if I talk about you a certain way, I don't want to hear you cry and whine. I really don't. Just got to match that energy. But hey, thanks for hopping up on here, Al. I appreciate
All
it.
right.
And,
yeah. See you later.
All right, peace. So I just kind of want to close things out. Almost 4 hours into this. I want to get through some of your guys' comments before I kind of close out. I've been up here 4 hours. What the hell am I doing? What am I doing? I'm serving you guys. That's my goal and objective here, is to serve the ever-growing mulatto community. And it's a pleasure to be here with you guys. You guys like this content, share the content, hit the like button, tell a friend to tell a friend, and that's how we make this thing grow. Let people know we're here. Educational skills, and then putting yourself out there, right? Mariah Carey is only black when convenient or trending. Yeah, like the Black Lives Matter. Yeah, or if she wants to sell her music, that's true. Because I see, like, with Alicia Keys, which, is a beautiful woman. I like her music, but I see all these pictures with Alicia Keys and her white mom. She has a very close connection with her mom. I never see her with her dad, but like she swears that she's like a black woman. And I'm like, Alicia Keys, I know you're selling music to black people. They're your biggest consumers. I get it, but it's like, you got to see, maybe she feels like black people will be offended if she honors her white mom. I see all these pictures with her and her white mom. I'm like, you got a great relationship, which is beautiful. I like that. We need more of that. But you should identify with her as well. Honor her by saying, well, I'm biracial, I'm mixed. See, that's what Mariah Carey's doing. Mariah Carey's honoring her mom by saying, well, she's mixed too, because her mom's like Irish, right? Sage Steele is another one. I see these ladies, shout out to these mulatto women, these ladies, older women too, who have honor and pride, and they have self-respect, like Sage Steele, who honors her mom, and she says, well, she's biracial. She's not going to just say she's black because her mom's white, right? And there's a lady in the UK, actually, TikToker, who made a video about that, arguing with the African American, because that's kind of the main demographic who tries to challenge us, right? Even folks in the UK, the African Americans try to challenge them and spread their kind of poison and victimhood stuff. So I see a lot of ladies actually kind of embracing that, which is good. And of course, they find my stuff, my channel, they listen, all this stuff, right? And the conversation continues. I called hustling for survival. It ain't my fault if ninjas can't finesse nothing for themselves, but I'm always make something shake. He thinks white people just walk around and hand out success to light-skinned people who are doing nothing for themselves. A friend of mine from Cuba a few years ago told me fit right in his family based on how he looks. Yeah, there was like a kind of Afro-Cuban at one of the schools I was working at, and she was a parent to one of the students there. And yeah, they're just basically, they're mixed people. Like, you can call them Afro-Latino, like Rosario Dawson, you know her, right? The Afro-Cuban mulatta. That's literally a racial classification in Cuba, is mulatto. They have mulattos and mulattas in Cuba. Literal recognized racial demographic, just like in Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic. In Brazil, they call them pardo. literal racial demographic of mulattoes in the Caribbean, in Hispaniola, right? So yeah, you'd fit right in. Yeah, a lot of coloreds. Like, I follow a bunch of colored people on my social medias now. I'm really happy I've connected with a lot of you guys, and yeah, a lot of these people, I'm looking at them, they'd basically be in the same category, right? They think white people treat us better, and think white people hate on us and discriminate against us even more, because by existing, we represent a threat of racial annihilation. Yeah. Yeah, there's that as well. And also there's a historical, you know, reality that is because a lot of the mulattoes have rebelled against the white authority and the systems in power. So a lot of white people fear that mulattoes will side with blacks to, you know, go on uprisings and stuff. Like, and you think of it, I really started to see that the switch in kind of the general public sentiment and a lot of white people in society in this country, America, towards a guy like me was with, like, in 2016, when Colin Kaepernick, that whole situation with Colin, and in 2016, remember, this is when Obama stepped down from office and Donald Trump became was sitting in office, right, in 2016. And yeah, the whole Kaepernick thing. And so there's very kind of racially polarizing time prior to 2020, you know, 2016. I remember it vividly. And yeah, man, that Kaepernick situation, one of my first videos I uploaded on YouTube, I talked about that, where I felt like that situation, that time, is when I really started to see a split in how a lot of white America was kind of basically had mixed people under a microscope. They were really starting to kind of put their venom and energy towards us because they looked at us as a threat. They're like, oh, okay, Kaepernick and Obama, these high profile mulattoes are signaling to blacks to kind of get uppity and stuff like that. So there's a historical reference to that, right? We can get into that a lot more for sure. A few years ago, a friend of mine from Cuba, oh, I think I read that one already, is correct, which I believe it is. You believe her. You know, Frances Cress Welson's a black racist. She's against mixed people. So I would be careful to, and I have her books. I have her material because I study my enemies. So I read their material. So, but I wouldn't say she's correct. Obvious pro-black people will cite her work that mixed people represent more of a threat. Yeah, they'll use you as a proxy to fight their battles for whites. And that's what Frances Cress Welsson does and the rest of the pro-wax, right? But their goal, the pro-wax, is to neutralize you. They don't want you to be a self-sustaining group independent from them. Like a Umar, they want to pull you back in to absorb you. That's their method, their strategy to neutralize you. Because they feel like if you're your own group, well, then you can cut deals and you can do business with whites and other groups, and then blacks will be at the bottom. Like that's what they fear, right? They feel like it's better to keep you contained and controlled, where they can, underneath them, where they can use you, right? That's why they want to hoodwink you and say, oh, you're just a light-skinned black. You're just light-skinned. That's their method to do that, to try to trick you to think you're a part of their group. You're different culture. You're a mulatto who is connected with your European side, your European culture. You're not the same as them. Kendrick was right. Not like them, okay? Yeah, I agree with that statement. He said they're their own worst enemy currently. Yeah. Let me check out some of these more comments. We're getting up to 4 hours here. Gonna jump out of here. You said that your dad's side of your family says you're black, but even if this is who you are, which I'm pretty sure, I'm guessing this is you, the avatar in the image here, your channel, you don't look black. You look mixed. You're a Latino. You do not look black at all. I've always identified as black, even though my mom is Latina. Yeah. Her family's hella racist and never embraced me. Yeah, then that's unfortunate. And that type of experience will definitely lead towards the other end of the spectrum, because you'll have more blacks who will accept you, especially because you're a lady. So I already know your story. We can go talk about it for hours. I already know the black girls don't like you because they're jealous of you. They're going to pick on you and bully you, the Chrissy crowd. But the black guys like you. I already know your story. You're very common. A lot of mixed women. I get it. Yeah, but it's unfortunate. Your Latina side, your mom's side, the family, they didn't embrace you. And that, yeah, it oftentimes it leads people to seek the other side of the spectrum, the black side. But it creates an imbalance. It really does. This is why it's crucial that we have our own spaces and our own community development. So for people who feel outgrouped by their own family members, we have a place where they can feel a sense of kind of family, of community. This is why it's so critical we have our own spaces, not only to combat the lies that people spread about us, but to make it so people feel like they belong. There's a lot of us that we are lacking that. And I'm doing my job, my community service. So I'm very kind of prideful that I'm doing this. I'm up here late at night. Recognize us as a threat long ago. Yeah, they recognize us as a threat. That's why the whole Racial Integrity Act, even at post slavery, with the Reconstruction era, is really when they started to kind of circle the wagons, when they developed with the Anglo-Saxon Club, the Racial Integrity Act with Walter Pleckard. That's when they really started to kind of circle the wagons. Like, we have to neutralize these mulattoes, man. They have their own institutions, their own schools, right? Their own fraternities, the Blue Vein Society, the Brown Society. They're like, look, these mulattoes, you know, they're getting more prestige. And what happened during that time is a lot of these mulattoes, like W.E.B. Du Bois, Booker T. Washington, and even Frederick Douglass, prior to those guys, they were using their wealth and influence to help out Black people. And a lot of the white societies saw that as a big issue, right? That a lot of the mulattoes were using their influence, knowledge, wealth that a lot of them got from white people, their other half, and they were using that to help bring Black people up in society. So a lot of white people, especially the intelligentsia at that era, that time, 1920s, concocted a plan to remove mulattoes from the census. They got a lot of support with the Racial Integrity Act and removed us from the census, mulatto, our designation, and threw us into the Black community. And as you can see now, all these years later, 100 years later, it hasn't been successful, right? Look at where we're at in the nation. People could blame me being divisive or hateful and all this crap. I'm one guy, not as influential as you think, but I do want to be influential, just mainly in a positive way for the mulattoes who want to identify as mulatto. But like, there's forces out here that have already done everything they can to kind of mess things up. I'm just one guy that sees a problem, and I'm trying to provide some solid solutions. The Pardo community of Brazil have their own history, lineage, unique to those around them. Exactly. And a lot of them are embracing it. I connect with a lot of Pardos all across social media. Also, mixed race men do not even see Black men as competitors. We see white men as competitors. Black men are not even on our radar. Yeah, what I've come to find out back then, even when I started to realize this stuff, was like, well, I never looked at Black men as competition, but unfortunately, there was a lot of Black men who looked at me as competition. I had to accept that reality because I never thought it that way. I was like, damn, I thought we were supposed to be brothers. I'm just a light-skinned brother. I'm just a mixed brother. We all from, you know, we all Black to them white folks. You know, I went with all that crap back then. But just based off their behavior, analyzing them, I started to realize over the time, oh, you know what? I'm not like you people. Okay. But there is people out here that are like me, and slowly but surely I'm connecting with them and building with them. But yeah, I realized they weren't my competitors. I never looked at them as competition, but they looked at me as and it was always when I was in the same room and there were chicks, there were women who were looking at me and not looking at them. I always know that jealousy, envy thing, it has to do with preferential treatment in society, and desirability politics. I've witnessed this, encountered this so many times, where the mixed women or Latinas, they were checking me out, looking at me, and then the dark-skinned guy in the corner is fucking hating. It's happened so many times in different places, at the university, at a local Chinese restaurant, and different places it's popped up. I was like, what a coincidence. It's always the same thing. Dark-skinned guy who's mad jealous and hating because the mixed women or Black women or Latina women are checking me out and not checking him out. It's always the same thing, guys. Tell me I'm lying. You guys, you men, mulattoes, you know it's true. You don't need their embrace. That doesn't change what you are. Embrace yourself. Yeah. Yeah, good point. You can see that as well. Philip Scott, the Phil Advice show, he's another hypocrite. He complains about colorism. He complains about racism, but his wife is mestizo Mexican. Yeah, she's like not even really mixed. She's more so Spanish, right? You look at her. Yeah, most of them are mixed, Hispanic or Mexican people, but he's such a hypocrite. Like he was talking about Creole people. Oh, they want to intermarry with each other. They want to preserve their color. And I'm like, bro, this dark skinned guy, Phil Advice show, he married a Mex. It's like, come on, man. It's just a complete hypocrite, but there's a big market for that. Most of them, I already saw Professor Griff married to a mulatto. You know, I think who's the guy, P. Diddy, was talking all this crap about light skinned people. All of his ex partners are like mixed and non-black, you know. Yeah, it's funny. Pro blacks don't give their black queens the time of day. Yeah, Nick Cannon. Isn't Nick Cannon a pro whack? He said, oh, he's a pro Bantu, pro dark skin, talking about they're the best athletes, right? I beg to differ. But Nick Cannon, you know, he's a pro dark skinned man. Okay, good for him. And then look at all the women he made, you know, he has kids with. He has one of them was black, and the other 5 are not black. They're mixed or Latina. Can't make this shit up. Yeah. And he's one pro whack. We already mentioned Philip Scott. Same thing with Tariq Fradsheed. He's so pro whack. He's got a mulatto wife. Very typical with them. Don't know what else to say. Just going to continue to hurt more feelings because it's like you point the obvious out. It's like the truth is like racist, I guess, now. Mathematics is racist now, I guess. I don't know. It's just a black man and mixer light skin. Yeah, woman. Yeah, that's black love. Black love today is a black guy, dark skinned guy, preferably, and then a mixed light skinned woman. Which I don't, you know, everyone likes who they like. I don't care. It's not my business who you're with. My whole thing is, okay, if you have an illegitimate kid by one of these guys, like, please don't come over to me with what I'm doing to bastardize my situation. I'm insulted by that. But this is like the main people that I see that are mixed that have an issue with me, what I'm doing, they're cut from that cloth. Like they have black people's illegitimate kids, but they went that route because maybe their black daddy was never in the picture. So they had no frame of reference for their black side. So they felt like, well, if I just hook up with a black guy and have his illegitimate kid, then I can know more about my black side. That's very common with biracials in America. And these are the ones who typically have an issue with my quote unquote rhetoric. I'm like, but I guess, yeah, to a lot of people, that's black love. I do not know. I don't know. It should be black people, black women and men getting along, you know, there's a lot of that. It's all over the place. You know, turn off your internet, social media, go out in the public, right? You'll see it everywhere. So, but on social media, because you see the bickering and banter with the gender war crap, sometimes it can kind of cloud your judgment. You think that this sample you see on social media represents everything. It's not, you know. No. Another hypocrite. Yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah, Phil Advice show. I'm going to get a couple more of these and get the hell out of here. Let's see. We got MLS men can have any race of women we want. We prefer MLS women for sure now. I think the thing is, I think Val in the chat, she pointed out, I think a lot of mulatto guys prefer a lot of white women, especially if we have like white moms, because we grew up around that. Our first crushes, the beauty standard. I know for me, like as a kid, you know, was like brunettes, like Jennifer Love Hewitt, Eliza Dushku, even Elizabeth Hurley, who's out, you know, in England when she was on Austin Powers. So like women like that when I was a kid were like, you know, the standard of beauty for me. And I think a lot of us, we grew up into that, seeking out white female partners. But for me, just based off, you know, I have some white partners, but because of geography, the environment, mainly what I had at my disposal, the abundance was Mexican women, Chicanas. And so I've dealt with that mainly. But as I've gotten older, yeah, my taste is changed. And also because like the maturity, and then you think about legacy, it's like, okay, my future, what do I want? How do I envision? And that's, you know, but that's, yeah. That's what the Creoles did. We mixed with ourselves and not black males due to wealth. Yeah. I am mixed, but I'm still black. I resent the newfangled gatekeeping, hating ass hoes like Chrissy. Yeah. Well, you're never gonna basically negate. I don't understand, like, because even there's a gentleman in the chat, KMC, who understands what I understand, that what we have now is we have black identified mixed women who are competing against black women like Chrissy because they want the black dusty men, right? And they're both like trolling each other for desirability politics, like the pretty girl club with the exoticals, and then the Chrissy, which is like the dark skinned women. All these women are doing is fighting with each other for dark skinned black men. And so as a mixed guy, I'm sitting back looking like, I don't care. Like, if the whole Chrissy shit, like, you should create your own space, which they've done, the exoticals, but they're still kind of trolling the black women, right? Like, what else are they unifying around? Their hatred for men or leveling up or whatever, right? So that's the thing. Like, I'm not competing with black men for black women. And I'm not competing with black men for mixed women, because I publicly say, like, look, if you're a mixed woman, you got a kid by them, like, just hang out with them over there. Like, they have a spot for you. Like, I don't care. Like, there's enough mixed women out here. I'm good. I want mixed people to get along. I don't care who your partner is, but I want the men and the women to get along over here. That's the goal of the community. But it's like, I'm not competing with any black sector or black space, like I see with like the exotical MLS and then the Chrissy, like where they're both competing for the same black guys. Okay, let's be honest. This whole desirability, all the colorism and all this shit they're talking about. Okay, yeah, let's see. Just one or two more, and I'm gonna get the hell out of here. So Jezebel says, I came from generations of mulattoes. My family preserved their lineage. I want my children with mixed. I know it'll be hard for my mixed sons to find their exact mix, but mixed women will be best. Yeah, no other race will try to force you to identify with them, right? And most of the comments that I get on my social media, it's going to be, the detractors, I should say, not the positive comments, but the not so positive comments, detractors. They'll be trying to say, well, the police going to pull you over. You got to be black, or, something like that. You just look like a light-skinned black. That's always the best one. And then I tell them, well, yeah, I'm the new, improved, socially acceptable black, the light-skinned, half European black. They have no response after that. Never. I'm like, okay, if you want to say that I'm black like you, I'm just light skinned. Okay, well, I'm going to definitely bump my chest up and let you know that I'm the better one. They don't like it. It hurts their little ego. Like, I don't like, yeah. But other groups don't really try to force me to identify with them. Like I said, there's the comments that I do get from black people who are like, oh, yeah, you're your own thing. You're biracial. Just because whites don't like you doesn't mean I have to accept you. Like, that's like a black person that has pride and a strong will and a sense of self, right? Like, they're not basing their whole identity in their group off what their quote unquote master thinks of them. Because the ones who weaponize the one drop rule, they adhere to their massa's tenets. I feel like the black people, especially I get the comments from the men, and then they're in the minority. The ones who are like, I don't give a damn if the whites don't accept you. You're not black like us. I'm like, that's a black person that has pride, right? A black guy that has pride, where he's not going to try to force that one drop rule bull crap. He's like, look, whatever you got between you and white people, that's between you, But they're the minority, those type of people. Most of the comments I get, they're basically adhering to their white masses standards. Oh man, when the police pulls you over, man. Yeah. I got so many damn comments, guys. I can't go through all of them, but I do appreciate your guys' engagement. I could probably possibly go back and revisit this chat and see any comments I can make a video on or something. You guys, you can always email me. You guys can hit me up on Instagram or on TikTok. You guys follow my socials. And I have a Mulatto Vanguard Facebook page. You can go on, type me up on Facebook, look for Mulatto Vanguard, follow my page there. So there's multiple ways you guys can connect with me if you guys want to keep this conversation going. But I'm already over 4 hours deep into this, and I got to go. But I love to see you guys kind of commenting and connecting with each other in the chat. This is precisely why I'm doing what I'm doing. This is the whole goal, is to have all of you guys connect with each other. Not just connect with me, ask me questions, but talk to each other. Western Howler, do not help Black, quote, revolt. They turn on us afterwards. Exactly. Yeah. Like with Kaepernick, right? Kaepernick will help him out. And then after Kaepernick doesn't get a deal, you'll have all these Black, like NFL announcers or sports announcers or sports anchors. They're going to throw Kaepernick under the bus, talking crap about him in front of their white bosses, right? That's how it always is. Yeah. Whenever these mulattoes try to be all extra and be, you know, help the Blacks and fight, then the Blacks turn around and spit on the mulattoes. Too many of these mulattoes don't understand history. Like, and you see it right now in real time, right? Remember with Marcus Garvey and W.E.B. Du Bois, how Marcus Garvey tried to galvanize dark-skinned Blacks to hate on W.E.B. Du Bois because he was mulatto. This is the same thing that we see today, like with the NFL, with Kaepernick. After you help their ass, you know, they're going to throw you under the bus. Yeah. Yeah. Cool, guys. Appreciate you guys. I'm going to head out now, and yeah, I'll catch you guys on the next one. Until next time, adios.